Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Good morning, everybody. You're all very welcome here to our second day of the Shearing at Balmoral show. It's nice to be back here in the stadium and at the Morris McGaddy shearing stand. What a beautiful setup there's here. We are just about ready to get underway with the heats of the intermediate, and I'm going to ask the judges to take their stands for the intermediate, please. So the judges for the intermediate: on stand number 6, Willie Jones. On 5, it's Brian McGahey. 4 will be Peter Webber. 3, Brian Wilson. 2, Tom Dunn. Stand number 1, Davy Jones. The spare judge would be Adrian Claudwell. Judging out the back will be Richard Schofield and Andy Rankin. The referee, I see here, is John Ivor, and the referee on the front is Davy O'Neill. So judges, onto your stands, please. Competitors, be ready. The names are up, and we'll introduce you onto the stands. So competitors for the intermediate, are you ready? How many sheep are in the pens? Can somebody tell me? 3 sheep. And you're shearing for the place. The top 10 will go through to the semi-final. The top 10 will go through to the semi-final. Okay, competitors, we're already 7 or 8 minutes behind schedule. So give a warm welcome on to stand number 6. It's Callum Kelly. Stand at number 5, Ian Wilson. On 4, it's Matthew Cowan. 3, Matthew Chambers. 2, Neil McCambridge. On stand number 1, it's Dylan Jones. And for all competitors, just listen very carefully. You must take the sheep from within the pen in a standing position. If you push the sheep out the door or your helper lifts, you will be getting a whole point. So it's up to yourselves. You know the rules. The only 2 people that can touch the stop cord is the judge or the competitor. And you must put each shortened sheep away properly. We won't be announcing that anymore. The judges will just enforce those rules. The best of luck to everybody. And because there's just the 2 heats in this, we need people to tip the sheep out the back. So maybe the shearers for the next heat, or arranging somebody there to go out and tip up the sheep out the back. The judges have a job to do out there, so they need someone to tip up those sheep. Or there must be a few other helpers or shearers around that can go out the back and help tip up the sheep. So, a number of people out there to tip up the sheep, please. And once we get the thumbs up from our referee, which is Davy O'Neill, we'll be ready to get on the way with the first heat. And I see Countryside Stores or some of our sponsors here, and of course, as we have been for a lot longer than I can remember, we're using these beautiful Lister machines here as well. And I know we have David John is here. He's been doing a splendid job, as Lister have been his sponsors, and David John looking after everything here for many, many years. Okay, referee, are we okay? Referee, are we happy? Yes. The scene is set. We're ready to get on the way with the first heat of the intermediate. The top 10 will go through to the semi-final. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, competitors go. So out to come now with the first of our 3 sheep. They must come out of the pen from a standing position. So way to go. Just push that number of sheep there on stand number 4. Just push the... So all competitors there now on the first of our 3 sheep, shearing for a place in the semi-final. So all cruising along there. And of course our judges here on the boards, they're looking for any second cut of the wool, that you cut the staple of the wool cleanly. It's very important that this wool is presented properly and looked after properly. And of course we have our resident wool handlers here that do a splendid job. You see where they have the belly wool all out there, and when the fleece is taken up, that will be placed back into the fleece at the breech end. It'll be rolled up with the neck tucked in and taken away and put into the pack. So then it can go to the wool depot and be graded properly. So who's going to get the drop first? Very close there with stands 1 and 6. Callum Kelly and Dylan Jones. Out the back leg to go. And it looks like stand number 1 it is. And he's out now with sheep number 2 on the board. But remember, it's not all about speed. The quality of the finished job, very, very important. And for all competitors, make sure you put that sheep away down the porthole properly. It's your responsibility to get the sheep down the porthole properly. Don't give away easy points to the judges up there. We have a good line-up today with the intermediate, the national wool handling, so it's going to be quite a busy day. So we've stands 1, 4 and 6 now on their second sheep. And it's Neil McCambridge. Neil is out there now with sheep number 2 on the board. Matthew comes out there with number 2. I know we've representatives of the wool board here today. We'll tell you more about them later on. And we'll talk more about wool during the day as well, especially when we come to the wool handling. But if you see the way our wool handlers here are just rolling up those fleeces from breech to neck. And it's very easy to move those fleeces away then. They can be taken out and graded properly. And it's all about the presentation of wool. And looking after that wool properly, presenting it properly, very, very important. Of course, it's one of our great natural products. It's one of the few products I know that can keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. We have Ian Wilson there now. Ian comes out with number 2 on the board. But it's already Dylan Jones. Turns her home down to the shoulder, down the last side he comes. Being pushed all the way by Callum Kelly there on stand number 6. Good shearing sheep here, and a big thank you to the farmers for supplying the sheep. So now it's Callum Kelly. He's going to be next to drop there on stand number 6. Oh, Dylan Jones just got that blow on him again. He's still holding the lead there. And they're coming out now with their final sheep on the board. Devine Wilson, Matthew Cowan, Matthew Chambers, and Neil McCambridge. But remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor who will get through or be deemed the winner. You must have that quality out the back as well. So it's Callum Kelly is up the neck first this time. They're shearing on stand number 6. Closely followed by Dylan Jones. Matthew Chambers now out the back leg he goes there on stand with number 3. Matthew Cowan just got a blow on him there. He's in and out now with his third and final sheep on the board. Ian Wilson drops down to the first shoulder. Out comes Matthew. Neil down the last side. Down in the long lows, Dylan Jones now, but it's already Callum Kelly. Down the last side he comes. Down to the flank. And once he pushes the stop button, his time will be taken. Neil comes out now with his final sheep on the board. And a very welcome to here to a fellow commentator, Mr. Hugh Condren. He's just hopped off the plane there a couple of minutes ago. And he said his microphone he forgot, he left it on the plane and he's going back to pick it up now. Callum Kelly out there. Dylan Jones putting the finishing touches in there on stand number 1. And shearers, we can't be favoured in shearers, but I'll announce it once more. Remember to push those stop buttons when you've finished your final sheet. The time will only stop when you push that stop button. Ian Wilson gets that sheep down, and Ian is coming out now with his final sheep on the board. So all competitors with their third and final sheep on the board. Neil, Matthew, and Matthew Pound, Ian Wilson, who stands 2, 3, 4 and 5 with their third and final sheep on the board. Nice. Suffolk and Suffolk Cross Hoggets here. The farmers did well to have them as good this year, and they seem to be shearing quite well. Great line-up of judges here today from many different parts, so it's great to see so many judges here. It's a big team effort in these competitions. Now we've stands 2 and 4. They are battling the house. Matthew Chambers is right there as well. And it's Neil McCambridge is out there on stand number 2. With the two Matthews here. They're practically finished together on stands 3 and 4. So now we've Ian Wilson, and even though there's just one shearer left, the judges will stay rotating away till the final shearer has finished. Ian comes down to the shoulder, down the last side. Stand number 5, sheep number 3. If any have just come in and you haven't been watching competition before, you can see the time is the top number in red down underneath. In whatever number it will be, it could be 2, 14. That's the second cuts of wool on the sheep, which is penalty strokes. That's divided by the number of sheep, and that will give you whole points. And then the one in green is the actual number of sheep. Put your hands together there for the first tee in the intermediate. Well done. And we'll ask all competitors to move off to the right-hand side, please. All competitors move off to the right-hand side, please.
One.
So once we have the names up, we'll introduce
1, 2.
number 2. And remember once again, we are shearing for a place in the semi-final. The top 10 will go through to the semi. From that, the top 6 will go through to the final. Yes, the scene is set. We're ready to introduce the competitors up onto their stands for Heat 2 of the intermediate. Give a warm welcome on to stand number 6, Kieran Travers. We have Philip Buchanan on 5, Luke McGee on 4, Ronald Kennedy on 3, Stevie Wilson on 2, and Paul Conway will be shearing on stand number 1. One more time we'll tell you, you must take the sheep within the pen in a standing position. Put each shortened sheep away properly, and the only two people that can touch the stop cord is the judge or the competitor. And don't forget to push the stop button when you're finished. Once we get the thumbs up from our referee, we'll be ready to get underway. I don't think there'll be any change in the sheep here. All these sheep are good, so. Don't forget all our sponsors. So we're just waiting on a referee there. He's checking in on stand number 5. He's just telling them shears the sheep are too good. And we have to wait for the hand up from a referee. All them sheep are good, I think, Davy. The scene is set. We're ready to get on the way. The second heat of the intermediate. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors go. Oh, not a good line up here this time. So, had you a good trip over, Hugh? Had you a good trip?
Yeah, very, very good. Thank you, George. We came over yesterday, and great to be back at the Royal Ulster. So
and
we got
your first show last week, was it, or the week before?
Yeah, the week before, the first show of the season over in England at the North Somerset, and it's going to be a fairly full show season, culminating at the World Champs up at the Royal Highland. But these intermediates now then all flying on. We got Paul Conway there on 1, Stephen Wilson on 2, Ronald Kennedy on 3, Luke McGee on 4, Philip Buchanan on 5, and Kieran Travers up there on stand number 6. Ronald Kennedy, the bolter at the minute then, dropping down into those long blows. Big sweeping blows going from the top of the hip bone right up behind those sheep's ears. Swinging that steel nice and easy is Ronald Kennedy. He's got to the turn. Setting the pace early. And looks to be doing a nice comfortable job. He's even got time to look at his clock there. Good to see a good team of international judges up there on the boards as well, keeping an eye on the proceedings. But Ronald Kennedy now then swung that handpiece round in his hand, rolling it underneath that front shoulder, around the top of the tail, and Ronald Kennedy goes in for his second sheep there, George.
Yes, second sheep coming out, and of course they're shearing for a place in the semi-final. The top 10 will go through to the intermediate semi-final, and from that the top 6 will go down for the final. So good cheering there. Ronald Kennedy out with sheep number 2. We've Luke McGee, the Donegal man, cleans off that cheek, and he comes down the last side there on stand number 4. Not a lot between any of the competitors, but it looks like Paul Conway on stand number 1. Paul Conway will be next to drop there on stand number 1. Out the back leg he goes, just a couple more blows, and he'll let that sheep down the porthole, and he'll be out with sheep number 2. That's Paul Conway there on stand number 1. Quite close here. Good shearing sheep. Of course, they have to use their heads here. The big thing is to get into that semi-final where the top 10 will get through, and then it'll go down to the top 6 for the intermediate final. Stephen Wilson out there now on stand number 2. Ronald Kennedy, he's on sheep number 2, and down the last side he comes. Philip Buchanan out with his second sheep on 5, and the finishing touches going in there on stand number 6 with Kieran Travers.
Here's a Ronald Kennedy then shearing with the speed of a senior shearer there on stand number 3, really showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field. Pops the head up just to give himself a little bit more control. Lifts that fleece wool up, and now he cleans round the top of the tail. He goes in and out with sheep number 3. The pen man turns the pen clock. Ronald Kennedy settles that sheep down, and it's got that belly wool coming off. Paul Conway up the neck on his second sheep. Stephen Wilson up the neck on his second sheep. Luke McGee is up the neck on his second sheep. So is Philip Buchanan and Kieran Travers. Mark McGee, can you put the pen card right? You've only got one job to do, and you can't do that very well. Long blow time now then for Luke McGee on his second, but long blow time on sheep number 3 for Ronald Kennedy. Stephen Wilson stepped over, Paul Conway stepped over. Kieran Travers dropping down into those long blows. So is Philip Buchanan. But it's Ronald Kennedy setting the pace now then, coming down the last side. He looks like he's got a bit of speed in the old tool chest there, George. On his third and final sheep, I think that is. He's pulled the cord, he's pressed the button. And he'll have his time taken there, George.
Yes, and he's out there, so quite fast shearing there on stand number 3. So you have Paul Conway there on 1, Stephen Wilson, Luke McGee comes out now with his third and final sheep, Philip Buchanan and Kieran Travers on stand number 6. So out comes Stephen Wilson there on 2, Paul Conway out with their third sheep on the board, and of course Ronald Kennedy there on 3. He had a very fast shear there, seems to be doing an exceptionally good job as well. Luke McGee, the Donegal man, into the first hind leg he goes there. Stand number 4, Philip Buchanan. Out the back leg he goes there now on stand number 5, along with Kieran Travers. Very little between the 2 competitors. And it's Philip Buchanan. Out he comes now with his third and final sheep on the board. And Kieran cruises in and he comes out with his final sheep. So all competitors have the final sheep on the board. Luke McGee, the Donegal man. He's up and around the back of the head. Dropping down into the first shoulder. Down into the long blows of his third and final sheep. Stephen Wilson. Good control of the sheep here, good shearing. Clean off that cheek now for Luke McGee. Turning to come down the last side. It's blow for blow at the moment with Stephen Wilson, so it stands 2 and 4 as they battle it out. And then Paul Conway is chasing hard there on stand number 1. So Stephen Wilson has got a couple of blows back there on stand number 2. And it looks like, yes, and Stephen is next to drop there. Gets that sheep down the porthole. The Donegal man, Luke McGee. Out and down the back leg he goes. Just a couple of more blows now for Luke. And he'll push that button and his time will be taken. So now we've stands 1, 5 and 6. Paul Conway, stand number 1. A bit of a wriggle, cost him a second or 2. Down and out the back leg he goes now. About 2 more blows for Paul and he'll push the button and his time has been taken. 5 and 6, Philip and Kieran. They're practically blow for blow there on their third and final sheep. Down to the shoulder to come. And of course the judges still keep rotating till the last competitor is finished. And it's Philip will be next to push that button, I think, on stand to number 5. So down and out the back leg he goes, and that's Philip there on stand to number 5. We have Kieran on 6. Out the back leg he goes. He'll push the button and his time is taken. Don't forget the button, Kieran. Kieran. Yep. Okay, off to the right hand side. Put your hands together for all the intermediate competitors there. Well done. My belief is Yeah, so as soon as the results come out, which will be only a couple of minutes, we're straight into the semi-final. So the top 10 will be in the semi-final.
One, two, three. Mary had a little lamb. She tied it to a pylon, 10,000 volts went up its bum and turned its wool to nylon. Intermediate semi-finalists. Intermediate semi-finalists will be Dewi Jones, Matthew Cowan, Paul Conway, Philip Buchanan, Callum Kelly, Ronald Kennedy, Luke McGee, Stephen Wilson, Matthew Chambers, and Ian Wilson. So they are our intermediate semi-finalists. Heat number 1 of the intermediates will be Callum Kelly, Paul Conway, Philip Buchanan, Dewi Jones, and Matthew Cowan. Heat 2 will be Ronald Kennedy, Luke McGee, Stephen Wilson, Matthew Chambers, and Ian Wilson. So if our intermediate semi-finalists can be ready to go shortly, and we'll get our intermediate semi-final underway. Okay, John Murphy's on a mission, so could we get our judges to the boards? And the first heat of the intermediates ready. Could we have the judges to the boards, please, George?
Yes, come on, judges. You know who you are. Peter Webber on to 6. Sorry. Willie Jones on to 6. Brian McGaddy 5. On 4, it's Peter Webber. 3, Brian Wilson. On 2 will be Tom Dunn. On 1 is Davy Jones. The spare is Adrian Clodwell. Judging out the back, Richard Schofield and Andy Rankin, with the referee, John Ivor, and the referee on the front, Davy O'Neill.
And shearers, you need penmen to turn your sheep out the back. Heat number 1 then will be Matthew Cowan, Dewi Jones, Philip Buchanan, Paul Conway, Callum Kelly. Heat 2, Matthew Chambers, Luke McGee, Ronald Kennedy, Stephen Wilson, and Ian Wilson.
Okay, competitors, onto your stands, please. On to stand number 5 with Callum Kelly.
Paul Conway to 4.
On 3 will be Philip Buchanan.
Dewi Jones to 2.
And Matthew Cowan on 1.
I see Dewi Jones has got the go faster haircut. Remember, we need some sheep turners out the back, please. So if there are any spare shearers, could you go and turn up sheep for our judging team out the back?
Referee to 2 when you're ready, please.
There are no chuckouts, shearers. No chuckouts. Barbed wire. Yeah, they might take that off. Although we have got these Lister machines, they have got the safety cutout. There's one with barbed wire there. You might have to chuck him out. Or is it going to be brute force ignorance and pull it off?
And remember, competitors, you must take the sheep from a standing position within the pen.
You got the barbed wire out, Davey? Yeah. It wouldn't be the first one that Dewi Jones has shown full of barbed wire. Not where he lives. Right, they're all happy. We've got a thumbs up from the referee. We're ready to start semi-final part 1. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So this is throwing down the gauntlet. The first heat of the intermediate semi-finals. We've seen a little bit of pace. We'll see a little bit more pace. But the quality of that shearing is all important. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our judges. The judges, they are on the boards in the white coats. They are looking for any second cuts or double cuts of the wool, which reduces the length or the staple of the wool and devalues the wool. So we keep that to a bare minimum. If the judges see it, they will add them all up. That will be divided by the number of sheep shorn, and that will give us our board points. Then we have another team of judges judging out the back. They're looking for any wool left on the sheep or any little skin cuts or nicks, and they will add all them up. That will be divided by the number of sheep shorn. Then we add the time-ins, and it's a point for every 20 seconds. So it's not the fastest shearer that will win, it's the fastest, cleanest shearer that will come out onto the top at the end of the competition. So it looks like Dewi Jones has got a little bit of a kicker there on stand number 2. He just settles it down, calms that sheep, uses all that experience that he's got, cleans around the cheek, and he comes down that last side. But the furthest on then, the first to put that sheep into the portal is Callum Kenny there on stand number 5, George.
Yes, and he was trying to get into a closed door there. It didn't work, but he set the pace here in this, the first leg of the intermediate semi-final. Looking for a place in that final. Good shearing sheep here. They're coming out of the wool very, very good. So it's Dylan Jones there now on 2. Out the back leg he goes. He's about to send that sheep down the porthole, and he'll be out with sheep number 2 on the board. A good line up here. Paul Conway on 4. We have Matthew Cowan on stand number 1. Philip Buchanan. And of course Callum Kelly leading the field there on stand number 5. But it's going to be Matthew on stand 1. Out he comes now with sheep number 2 on the board. But always remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor that will be deemed the winner. You must have that quality out the back as well. Paul Conway. Paul is out now. Number 2 on the board. Philip Buchanan down and out the back leg he goes. Another 2 or sheep lows. He'll send that sheep down the porthole, and he'll be out with sheep in number 2. But it's already Callum Kelly. Down the last side he comes. Stepping back with the left. Down to the flank he goes. Down and out the back leg. Another 3 or 4 blows. Philip comes out now on stand number 3, and he's out with sheep in number 2. But it's all happening there on stand number 5. The finishing touch is going in. Chops that sheep down the porthole, and he's about to come out with number 3 on the board, Hugh.
Yeah, so Callum Kenny then, the Ginger Ninja on stand number 5. The belly wool's coming off. Dewi Jones keeping that quality. Look at that board score. Keeping that comb flat on the skin. And the young man's travelled over just south of Billswells in Irwood. Over to the Royal Ulster. And he looks like as if he's got that quality just singing there. Round that hind leg then comes Dewi Jones. Callum Kelly though already up the neck and into that front shoulder. Dewi Jones pops the head down into the portal, and then he runs in and out the pen. You have to be careful of that comb. It's just the machine just worked its way around. So now then Dewi's got the belly wool coming off. Callum Kelly's turn to have a little bit of a kick and a wriggle now. These sheep will let you know if they're not uncomfortable, if they're uncomfortable, because they'll just give you a kick, they'll wriggle, and then even when you've got them sitting comfortable, they'll kick and wriggle again. So it's all down to the experience, all down to the way you learn to shear these sheep. And all these shearers will have been on those wool board courses with those instructors, learning the correct way of shearing these sheep. So it looks like Callum Kelly there using the old merino front leg, working his way around that last side now. Dewi Jones up the neck and into the front shoulder. Philip Buchanan flat tack on the long blows. Paul Conway's around the top of the tail on 2. Matthew Cowan has got 3 on the board. But Callum Kelly, he's had to take his time with this one. She's still not sitting comfortable. Wriggling all the time, around the top of the tail. She's still having a kick and a wriggle. Hit your button. That's he has his time taken there on stand number 5 there. Yes, Dewi Jones has turned as well, George.
Good shearing there on stand number 5, so he's set the pace here. But remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor. You must have that quality out the back as well. You're looking at Jones there and Philip Buchanan now. And it looks like Philip will be next to drop there on stand number 3. He has 1 more sheep left in the pen, keeping that quality right. Paul Conway has the 3rd sheep on the board. Up the neck goes Matthew there on stand number 1. And it's Dylan Jones on stand number 3. And he pushes the button and his time is taken. On stand number 2 he's on. Philip is out on stand number 3. So we've stands 1, 3 and 4 with our 3rd and final sheep on the board. With Matthew. Steps over. Down in those long blows now. Getting a lot of wool off quite quickly. He'll bring up the right foot now underneath. And turn and come down the last side. The money side of the sheep. Down to the shoulder he comes. On the underline is Philip. Paul is down in the long blows there on 4. But it's Matthew down to that shoulder, down the last side, stepping back with the left, right down to the flank he goes. He's being pushed all the way by Paul Conway on stand number 4 at the moment. Right down the last side. But it looks like Matthew on stand number 1. Down and out the back leg. Another 2 blows and he'll push the button and his time will be taken on stand number 1. That's Matthew. Out he goes on stand number 1. We have Paul Conway. Out the back leg goes Paul, putting in those finishing touches there. And his time is taken as well. So now we have Philip on stand number 3.
Yeah, so Philip Buchanan now then works his way around this last side. Very good quality points above his head as well. Just working his way now then underneath that armpit, taking every little whisker of wool off. Philip Buchanan just pops that head up just to give himself a little bit more control. Round this hind leg he goes now then. 3 wide comb widths. And he's got that fleece coming off beautiful. You can see that lovely cut fleece there. And he has his time taken. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So our shearers will go off past stand number 6. Ronald Kennedy, you should be down waiting to come up. And our wool handlers will just clean off all those little bits of fibre. As you can see, that fleece has just been rolled nicely. That'll go away to be sent to Ulster Wool. So we'll just have a bit of a tidy up and then we'll be right.
Okay, the sheep are in the pens, the names are up, and we're ready to introduce the competitors onto their stands for leg 2 of the intermediate semi, sponsored by Countryside Stores. Okay, competitors, if you're ready, give a warm welcome onto stand number 5. It's Ian Wilson. Is Ian on the way? On to stand number 4, it's Stevie Wilson. On to 3, Ronald Kennedy. From Donegal on 2, it's Luke McGee. And on stand number 1, Matthew Chambers. Competitors, you have about 20 seconds from now. Handpieces on, a quick look at the sheep, and we're ready to get underway. And don't forget our sponsors. Countryside Services are the sponsors of the intermediate shearing. And of course, by using the list of machines, who are also big sponsors here, big supporters of Balmoral show. So there's 15 seconds gone, you have 5 seconds to go. And the referee on call to stand number 3. Referee to 3 when you're ready, Davy.
So we're just waiting for a thumbs up off our referee. That thumb going up from the referee is like the green light going on in Formula 1. Okay, thumbs up. We'll get this second semi-final underway. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So another cracking lineup from these intermediate shearers, all wanting to make it into that semi-final, into the final. Matthew Chambers on stand number 1, Luke McGee on stand number 2, Ronald Kennedy, the speedster there, on stand number 3, Stephen Wilson on stand number 4, and Ian Wilson on stand number 5. So up the neck first then is Ronald Kennedy. His speed was in front of the rest of the field in that first heat. Up and into that front shoulder then goes Ronald Kennedy. Up the neck and into the front shoulder goes Luke McGee. Up goes Stephen Wilson. Ian Wilson puts the last undermine blow. And then Matthew Chambers, he puts his last undermine. He'll step through and up the neck. But already then, Ronald Kennedy. That sheep's not sitting quite comfortable. She's just having a little bit of a kick and a wriggle. But he's got it under control now then. Ronald Kennedy turns, cleans off the cheek and works his way down around this last side now. Luke McGee's into the shoulder. Stephen Wilson's into the shoulder. Matthew Chambers rocking and rolling into the shoulder as well. But it's Ronald Kennedy showing the rest of the field the way to go. Round this last side comes Ronald Kennedy, pops the head up to give himself a little bit more control. Luke McGee has turned. Stephen Wilson's turned. But Ronald Kennedy then, last little bit of a flick around the top of the tail. And into the pen he runs in for his second sheep, George.
Yes, he was running fairly fast. He wasn't wanting to lose any time there, coming out with sheep number 2. I will have that number put up on his stand there. Pen man, please, on number 3. We've one there. We need the second one up. Well done. So, who's it going to be next? It looks like Stevie Wilson. Down and out the back like he goes. Very close is Luke McGee on 2. But I think it's going to be stand number 4, and it is. Stevie Wilson out now with his second sheep on the board. Luke McGee, the Donegal man, sends number 1 away, and he's out with sheep number 2 on the board. Still that bit of a wriggler with Matthew there on stand number 1. Doesn't like sitting for him, so he'll be quite happy when this sheep heads down the porthole. Ian Wilson down and out the back like he goes. About 3 more blows for Ian, and he'll be in and out with sheep number 2. So it's Matthew Chambers there at the moment. Out the back like he goes now. About 2 more blows. And he'll be happy enough to see this sheep heading down the porthole. So all competitors now with their second sheep on the board, but it's still that competitor on stand number 3. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Keeping the quality right. Just about to step back with the left now. He won't have any problem dropping this sheep down the porthole. He's well lined up for it. Down to the flank and out the back like he goes. Another 3 blows and he'll drop this sheep out the porthole and be ready to go in and out with his third and final sheep. In this, the Countryside Services sponsored intermediate semi-final. And it's Ronald Kennedy, and he's out with his final sheep on the board, Hugh.
Yeah, Ronald Kennedy flat out like a badger on a bypass there on stand number 3, really getting into his work. The belly wool is coming off. He's really putting the pressure on the rest of the field. Luke McGee around the top of that hind leg now. Stephen Wilson gets the turn. Young Luke McGee goes in for his third and final sheep. Looks cool, calm and collected. There's Luke McGee there. But already though, Ronald Kennedy up the neck. He just keeps that sheep moving, keeps it comfortable. Stephen Wilson, a little bit more difficult sheep to shear this time. A little bit yellower on that skin. Luke McGee's got a bit of a kicker. And that's allowed Ronald Kennedy to get back in front and comfortable. Stephen Wilson runs into the pen for 3. Ian Wilson's turned. He's coming down the last side of 2. Matthew Chambers coming down the last side of 2. But Ronald Kennedy now then flat out on the long blows of sheep number 3. Big sweeping blows going in there from Ronald Kennedy. In this, the Countryside Service sponsored intermediate. Ronald Kennedy round that shoulder. Ian Wilson goes in for his third and final sheep. But Ronald Kennedy now then coming around a very difficult part of the sheep to shear. That very angular shoulder. Cleans off around that front leg. Now he's coming down the last side. Keeping that comb on the skin. Ronald Kennedy. That sheep is just not sitting right. He's gone back for a little bit there. Round the hind leg comes Ronald Kennedy. Very quick time, pulls the stop code, has his time taken, and is the fastest in this semi-final of the intermediates, George.
Yes, very much so. So now we have Luke McGee. He gets the turn as well and heading for home and down the last side. You have Stevie Wilson now. He turns and down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Up and around the back of the head is Ian Wilson. Luke McGee will be next to drop there and push the button on stand the number 2. Matthew Chambers steps through and up the neck. Turning for home and down the money side comes Stevie Wilson. He's on 4. Dropping down to the first shoulder, down into the long low. Ian Wilson. But it's Luke McGee, the Donegal man it is. He pushes the button and his time is taken on stand number 2. Ian Wilson right down into the long blows. Stevie Wilson out the back like he goes now. About 2 more blows. And he'll push the button and his time will be taken. And that's it, yeah. So we've stands 1 and 5 on both ends of the stage. And it's Matthew Chambers down into the long blow, stepping over with the right. But already Ian Wilson. Ian has got the turn. Down to the shoulder. Down the last side he comes now. Keeping the quality right. Always remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitors that will get through or will be deemed the winner. You must have that quality out the back where the judges are looking for a nice, even, level finish job. No bits of ridges or tassels of wool left on the sheep. Ian Wilson is out there on 5. Well done, Ian. And now we have Matthew. His number 1 sheep was a little bit of a wriggly one. So he was quite happy to see her down the porthole. He comes down the last side this time. Good control. Seems to be doing a lovely job on that sheep. Down and out the back leg he goes. Plenty of wool there on this sheep. But doing a good quality job is Matthew Chambers in the Countryside Services sponsored intermediate last of the semis. Out the back leg goes Matthew now. Just 1, 2. He pushed the button. His time is taken. Put your hands together for the intermediate semi-finalist. Well done. There's just a couple of sheep belong to this mob being shortened off here now. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Okay, we've been told that we're ready to get underway with the national heats. So we're going to ask our judges up onto their stands for the national, please. So the judges, are you ready? So the judges for the national on the stand at number 6 will be Peter Weber. On to 5, Willie Jones. 4, Brian Wilson. 3, Davy Jones. On 2 will be Adrian Caldwell. Stand number 1, Tom Dunn. The spare, Brian McGarry. Judging out the back, Andy Rankin and John Ivor. The referee out the back is Richard Schofield. And the referee on the board is Davy O'Neill. We'll find out how many sheep they're shearing. We've got a list of the competitors. We've 3 heats here in the national. 3 sheep.
3 sheep. You can smile when you say 3 sheep, John.
So we have the competitors, I think, ready to come up onto their stands.
So they're already coming up then. A great lineup in this, the Irish National, the Northern Ireland National Shearing Competition. Andrew Ray on 1, Ian Wilson on 2, Graham Davidson, the Northern Ireland team member, I believe, on stand number 3, Ronald Kennedy on 4, Russell Smith on 5, and Matthew Cowan on stand number 6. No chuckouts. No chuckouts, shearers. If there's any barbed wire on him, Davey will pull it off.
Okay, competitors up onto your stands. You have 20 seconds, and we are ready. So what you have in your pen is what you're going to shear.
Okay then, waiting for the thumbs up. The thumb goes up. What's wrong, Wallace? The telly isn't working on stand. Somebody hasn't paid the TV license on stand number 6. Has anybody got a hammer? Oh, here we go. There's a bit of life. Okay, we've got a thumbs up. We're ready to go then, shearers. Shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go.
So all competitors out there with the first of the 3 sheep for the national. A very, very important competition, as they all are. This is the one they all want to win. And a good line-up here of good shears for the national. Into that first hind leg to go. Who's going to be first up the neck? And it's already Graham Davison, the Northern Ireland team man, who will be competing in Edinburgh in the Golden Shears World Champs. Shearing there on stand number 3. Ian Wilson is there. Andrew Ray, Ronald Kennedy. He's been warmed up already this morning. Russell Smith and Matthew Cowan.
Yeah, so already then, turning for home, Graham Davidson. He will be representing Northern Ireland alongside Jack Robinson at the World Championships at the Royal Highland in Scotland. Down the last side comes Graham Davidson. Ronald Kennedy, the intermediate shearer. Look at him go there on stand number 4. But Graham Davidson now then, round the top of the tail. But no, Matthew Cowan, another intermediate shearer. Intermediate into the pen first. In and out goes Matthew, in and out goes Graham. Ian Wilson's having a bit of a kick and a wriggle there. He'll just settle it down. In goes Ronald Kennedy. In they go together on stands 2 and 4. Andrew Ray goes in on stand number 1. In goes Russell Smith on stand number 5. But already up the undermine are Matthew Cowan and Graham Davidson. Up the neck is Graham. First he goes, the Northern Ireland team member. Up the neck and into the front shoulder. Matthew Cowan's got a little bit of a ticklish one. She's just having a bit of a kick and a wriggle. Well, that's allowed Graham Davidson. He won his team place in the circuit last year. Long blow time for Graham. His turn to have a little bit of a kick and a wriggle. That's allowing Ronald Kennedy to come back. Ian Wilson's coming. Andrew Ray's coming. Matthew Cowan is coming. But it's still Graham Davidson now then. Round that shoulder comes Graham. On the turn and heading for home is Matthew Cowan. Ronald Kennedy is turning. He's coming down the last side. But already then, Graham Davidson, if she'll sit still, these sheep are taking a bit of shearing. Round that hind leg comes Graham Davidson. Ronald Kennedy is chasing. Matthew Cowan is chasing. Graham Davidson, one little bit of a flick around the top of the tail. But Graham Davidson now goes in for his third and final sheep, George.
Yes, shearers are needed out the back to tip up the sheep. Those that were competing at the last time, or you need to appoint someone and get someone out the back immediately to tip up the sheep, please. Or if there's a few
go and hold sheep, around. Boys. Dewi and Ellis, can you go and turn up sheep?
Come on, lads, you have to help out. It's a team effort. And it's already Graham Davison into his third sheep there. A bit of a wriggler with Ian Wilson. Settles her down. Away he goes again. Ronald Kennedy, he's been well warmed up here this morning. Russell Smith, Matthew Cowan. Out comes Andrew and Ian there on stands 1 and 2. But it's already the New Zealand or the Northern Ireland team man Graham there on stand number 3. Drops down into the first shoulder, down into the long blows. Doing a beautiful job, good control, good shearing there on stand number 3. Up the neck goes Ronald Kennedy. Russell Smith drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. Matthew Cowan, he's about to get the turn and head for home and down the last side. On the undermine is Andrew, Ian on the undermine. But it's already Graham there. Down the shoulder, down the last side he comes, steps back with the left. Rolls the handpiece underneath the shoulder. Right down to the flank he goes. 1, 2. The third one out the back leg. Another 3 or 4 blows. He'll push the button and his time will be taken. It looks like Graham Davison being pushed all the way by Ronald Kennedy. And it's Graham Davison. Well done, Graham. Russell Smith, Matthew Cowan, and Ronald Kennedy just there as well. It's all happening very, very quickly here, Hugh.
Yeah, some very good shearing by some intermediate shearers that have entered their national competition. Round that top of the tail goes Ronald Kennedy. Ian Wilson has turned for home. Andrew Ray has turned for home. Off comes that hind leg then. They're pretty much blow for blow on stands 1 and 2. A little bit of a tickle around the top of the tail. Out goes Andrew, out goes Ian. Give them all a big round of applause for the first heat of the national championships. Heat number 2 then will be Alex Butler, Robert Davidson, Sean McCollan, Jack Robinson, Ryan Adams, Carlin Carville. Heat number 3 following that will be Jason McNeese, Andrew Davidson, Thomas Perry, Mark Little, Sam McConnell and Seamus Kelly.
And of course our sponsors here for the National Randox Health are the sponsors. And a big thank you to all our sponsors. Okay, competitors up, handpiece is on. You have 20 seconds now, and we are ready to get on the way.
Okay then, it looks like we've got a thumbs up. Gentlemen, start your engines. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So this is the second heat of the National Shearing Championship. And we've got another cracking lineup. Alex Butler down there on stand number 1. Robert Davidson, Bert Davidson on 2. Sean McCollum on stand number 3. Captain Jack Robinson, the current Northern Ireland champion, on stand number 4. Ryan Adams on stand number 5. And Colin Carville up there on stand number 6. So who's going to be the first to show a little bit of magic now then? Sean McCollum was the first up the neck. No, it was Alex Butler as he drops down onto the long blows. He steps over on the long blows. He's about to get to the turn. Round the last side will come Alex Butler. He's at a flying start. Jack Robinson steps over. Sean McCollum had a beautiful looking sheep, but she's just kicked and wriggled all the way round there. So the early leader then is Alex Butler. He's got to the turn. He's got a very good board score. Round the top of the tail goes Alex Butler and into the pen for sheep number 2.
Yes, number 2 on the board, and it's Jack now. Robert is right there as well, so it's a real battle on here. Who's going to get the drop next? It looks like Jack. There it is on stand number 4, and he comes out with his second sheep on the board. Robert out the back leg he goes there now. Being pushed all the way by Sean on stand number 3. Stand number 6, he's coming out there. Callan, he's out now with his second sheep on the board. Ryan comes out. All competitors, but Sean, the finishing touch is going in on 3. Down the board all she goes, and he's out with his second sheep on the board as well. Into the first hind leg goes Jack, but it's already Alex up the neck there, up and around the back of the head. Drops down into the first shoulder, down into the long low, on stand number 1. And away he goes now. The national heats here, the second heat of the national. The one to make that semi-final. This is a big one, a very special competition here, as all competitions are. It's already Jack up and around the back of the head, dropping down into the first shoulder. But Alex seems to be getting faster and faster there on stand number 1. He steps back with the left, turns her home, down to the shoulder, rolls the handpiece. Down to the flank he goes now. 1, 2, 3 more blows, and he'll drop that one down the porthole, and he'll be out with his third and final sheep. And stand number 6, Colin, he's right there as well. Jack coming back now, but it's already Alex Butler. Puts in the final blow there, sends number 2 away, and he's out with number 3, Hugh.
Yeah, so Alex Butler, third and final sheep on the board. Who's going to be the next to finish? Looks like it could be Jack Robinson, stroking that wool off. He had a big win last Sunday down at Donard Shears, I believe. Into the pen he runs for sheep number 3. But already Alex Butler is up the undermine. He's about to hop up the neck, having the shear of his life up there on stand number 1. In goes Ryan Adams for sheep number 3. In goes Sean McCollum. In goes Bert Davidson. In Colin Carville, already out with 3. But already then the man to beat is Alex Butler as he's rocking and rolling round that shoulder. Long blow time for Alex. He's about to drop down the longest blow on the sheep from the top of the hip bone to right up behind the sheep's ears. He's stepped over, but he's going to have to keep on his game because here comes Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson has got to the turn. The pressure is on. Alex Butler round the shoulder. Jack Robinson round the shoulder. Alex Butler underneath the front leg. Jack Robinson underneath the front leg. Alex Butler out the hind leg. Jack Robinson out the hind leg. Around the top of the tail. Who's going to be the first to hit that stopper? It's going to be close. Out goes Alex. Out goes Jack Robinson there on stands 1 and 4.
Yes, and away to go. It's Ryan now. Down and out the back like he goes. A bit of a wriggler there. Settler down and away he goes again. Callan there on 6. Out the back like he goes there. So it's 5 and 6. And it's 6 is out there. He's completed his final sheep. Ryan is out there as well. So we've stands 2 and 3 there in Robert and Sean. Their third and final sheep on the board. In this the second heat of the National. Sponsored by Randox Health. They're the sponsors of the National. Down and out the back leg goes Robert. Keeping the quality right. Wanting to make it through to that semi-final. Robert is out there and his time has been taken. Sean is out. Put your hands together for another good heat of the National. Well done. Off to the right hand side, competitors, please.
Yeah, another cracking heat there. So the third and final heat will be up next. Jason McNeese, Andrew Davidson, Thomas Perry, Mark Lytle, Sam McConnell, and Seamus Kelly. So another cracking lineup. And our wool handlers, they've been working hard all day. They'll be working hard for the next 3 days, cleaning off all those little bits of fibre down the front. Now what you might not know about wool, ladies and gentlemen, is it's an amazing fibre. It'll keep you warm when it's cold. It'll cool you down when it's warm. But the amazing thing about wool is the environmental benefits that it could give us. Because for every kilo of wool that we cut off a sheep, 50% of that weight is permanently locked up carbon. And in this time where everybody is telling us that we should be planting trees to save the environment, maybe we should be looking at wool, because the sheep will grow that fleece every year. Between 2 and 4 kilos of wool on that sheep. So that's between 1 and 2 kilos of carbon locked up by a sheep every year. You can wear it, you can stand on it, and then when you bury it back in that soil, that carbon is permanently locked up. Not only that, we get a protein from our lamb, of course, which contains all the macro and micronutrients that we need in our diet. So when you're listening to people telling you that we should be planting trees everywhere, maybe we should be looking at keeping more sheep, because that is the way to go, in my opinion. Okay then, we're getting ready for the third and final heat. Shearers, are we ready to go? We're waiting for the thumbs up. Okay, the thumb up from the referee. Oh, referee to stand number 3, please. Okay, now we're ready to start. Shearers on your doors. Okay, shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So we're away with the third and final heat of the national competition then. The Belly Wolf flies off all the way along the boards. Jason McNeice, I watched him come all the way through the grades in the previous years, and look at him go up there now on stand number 1. Then we got Andrew Davidson from that big Shearing family on stand number 2. Tom Perry, the young flyer there on stand number 3. I believe he's going to be going for a record later in the year. And then we got Mark Lytle on stand number 4. Good to see him back up on the boards. Then on stands number 5 and 6, we have the 2 gentlemen that will be representing Northern Ireland with the Blades at the World Championship. Sam McConnell, very accomplished shearer, on stand number 5, and Seamus Kelly on stand number 6. So they all stepped over, but it looks like the men on 1 and 2 have got to the turn. They're just leading the field at this point. Underneath the front leg they go. It's Jason McNeice out the hind leg. Andrew Davidson is out the hind leg. Tom Perry got a little bit of work to do on that sheep, taking his worst first. Jason McNeice pushes that big sheep down the porthole. Into the pen goes Andrew, being chased hard by Mark Lytle and Tom Perry. In goes Mark, in goes Tom. Cool, calm and collected there, George.
Very much so, and away he goes now. So it stands the Blade men there on stands 5 and 6. They are coming out now with their second sheep on the board. So it's all on here. A good battle on, but it's already Tom Perry now. A couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine. Up there is Andrew Davis, and just a blow ahead of him. Different sheep with Tom there this time. Mark Little on the undermine. Sam McConnell, Seamus Kelly, Jason McNeice and Andrew Davison. But it's Tom Perry this time, drops down to the first shoulder, making use of this sheep. Very different sheep to shear than the first one he had. Pumping in those long blows now on stand number 3. He's about to get the turn. Teens off the cheek and head for home. Down the money side of the sheep he comes there on stand number 3. Andrew Davison, he gets the turn on stand 2. And on 1 it's up to Nick Jason McNeice. Mark Little gets the turn for home, down to the shoulder, and down the last side he comes. Dropping down into the first shoulder is Sam and Seamus. But it's Tom Perry. Down the porthole she goes, and he's out with his final sheep on the board, Hugh.
Yeah, so Tom Perry looking lean and mean there on stand number 3. Learnt his craft with Willie Jones, and now he's shearing alongside Jack Robinson every day. So into the back leg they go. Big sweeping blows going in there for all these shearers. Seamus Kelly's round that hind leg. Sam McConnell's round the hind leg. But already up the neck and into that first front shoulder is Tom Perry. All muscle and sinew there on stand number 3. Tom Perry then keeping that handpiece full and flowing, keeping the sheep comfortable, keeping the sheep moving, dropping that sheep down into those long blows. Traditionally the longest blow on the sheep from the top of the hip bone to right up behind that sheep's ears. Tom Perry then, round that shoulder he goes, cleans off the cheek, and he's turning for home on his third and final sheep. Mark Lytle's turning for home. Andrew Davidson has turned for home. Nobody being left behind. These 6 shearers, you've got to put a blanket over them all. But it's Tom Perry leading the speed stakes at the minute. Round the top of the tail. One last bit of a tickle. And he pushes his time button as well, George.
Yes, Andrew Davison now, he's next to him there on stand number 2. And out goes Andrew, he pushes the button and his time is taken. And we have Mark Little is out on stand number 4. So it stands 1, 5 and 6. Jason McNeice there had a good win last Sunday. He turns home on stand number 1. Down the last side he comes there, keeping the quality right. And we have the 2 blade shearers, Sam and Seamus. Down and out the back leg goes Seamus as they push the button and his time is taken on stand number 6. We have Sam there now. Down and out the back leg he goes. Just a couple of more blows. Jace is out on stand number 1. And it's Sam McConnell, the blade shearer. Just another blow or two that pushes the button. Put your hands together for another good heat of the National there. Well done. So I do believe our national wool handling is next, to my knowledge. Yes, but the tables are coming. So our wool handlers will do a clean up there, and we will be ready very shortly to get underway with our national wool handling heats. So they'll set up these wool handling tables. Now we are preparing for the national heats of the wool competition, and there's a three. We'll find out how many fleeces each wool lander has to look. 5. I hope it's 5. It'll be a good test to make these wool landers work. Yeah, make sure it's 5. That's what makes a good test. 3 sheep is not a test for open wool landers, so it's the number of sheep to make these wool handlers work. 5 sheep, that's good. So we're going to have a really good wool handling test. We'll find out how many competitors and what the procedure is. If it's just a heats and a straight final, I would imagine. So the wool handling competition is very different than shearing. The wool handlers are only against the clock when the shearers finish. Then the wool handlers are against the clock, and the time, to my knowledge, is 1 in 10 for the first minute, and after that it's a point. It's 1 in 5. So time is very important, but it only starts when the shearers are finished. And the clock will stop when the wool handler holds the broom or hand up when they finish their tidy up. On the fleeces, they cannot engage with the shearer until the belly wool is thrown clear on the first sheep. It will be the shearers on stands 1, 3, and 1, 3, and 5 will come out with their sheep first, and then the shears on the set numbers. Once them first shearers step up the neck, they'll take out their sheep. They'll probably be shearing these sheep in about a minute 10 max, and they need to keep the same pace for all the heats. You will see the belly wool coming off. If it's a good belly wool, it'll be placed probably at the leg of the table, wherever the wool handler wants it. But that belly wool must go into the fleece at the breech end. The fleeces must be thrown from breech to neck. Thrown on the table flat from breech to neck. Any overhang of an A4 size that will be penalised, or if it's not flat on the table, will be penalised for that. If the belly wool is wet or too much foreign matter in it, it may be placed in an oddment basket. They will equally be penalised by the table judges if they put good fleece wool into the oddment baskets. It's just for dags, bits of dirty wool, stained wool or wet wool will go into the oddment bins. And then they have their fleece baskets. From each stand, they will be taken away separately then for the table judging. So there's a lot of different things happening with the wool handling. It's a very interesting competition, and it's all about the presentation and presenting wool properly. And just to let you know, there's just 3 competitors, and it's round 1 will take place now. Then there's very good news. That'll be followed by lunch break, and immediately after lunch then we will have round 2 of the wool handling, and it will be combined scores will deem the wool handling winner. So that's for wool handlers, that's what's going to happen. So we have those 3 competitors. I think we have our shearers ready, our judges ready. So we are going to welcome our wool handlers up onto their stands. So give a warm welcome on the table number 3, Jane Hartness Bones. Come on, put your hands together. On to table number 2, Aileen Murphy. And on to table number 1, Rachel Murphy. So, and I see very fancy brooms going around here, great colours. So I wonder what's the difference in these coloured brooms. So maybe it's the Murphy sisters, so they can't mix them up. And we certainly can't make any mistake with them brooms. We'll know who won them. Now you'll see the wool handlers will do a final check and a clean up, because any bits of wool left in their area, the stage is marked out for each wool handler's designated area. Any bit of wool left around there, there will be penalised credit card size before the start if it's left there, so it must be totally clean. The wool handler also has the option, if they get behind, to leave a fleece down on the floor, but that must be clean, so there's no contamination in the wool. It's all about presenting the wool. You'll see our judges walking around, they'll change. The very same as in shearing, there will be a spare judge and they will change. And they'll be watching out for the throw on the table. They'll be also watching out when you pick up the fleece that the wool handler has cleaned that area before the shearer comes out with the next sheep, so there's no contamination. It's all about presenting wool properly and no contamination in the wool. And that the fleece is rolled properly, and it will be the table judges then that will be doing the check there. So the wool handlers are entitled to have a quick look at their sheep. They can tell the shearer which sheep they want. They can also tell the shearer where they want the belly wool placed. But they cannot engage until the belly wool is thrown clear, and then they will engage. It's the same for everybody. A very, very interesting competition. Our judges are there ready to go. It can be a real spectacle, this wool handling, and you need to get behind your favourite wool handlers and cheer them on and give them a bit of support. Yes, the scene is set. We have 5 fleeces for each wool handler. Everybody set up. What a spectacle here. A brilliant photograph here for this wool handling with all the fleece baskets, oddment bins, judges, and wool handlers. Wool handlers, are you ready? Yes, the scene is set. Okay, shearers, go. So out comes the shearers now with the first. So the shearers on stands 1, 3, and 5 will shear 3 sheep. The shearers on 2, 4, and 6 will shear 2 sheep. And the minute these shearers step up the neck, the shearers on the other 3 stands will come out with their first sheep. We'll be shearing these sheep in about a minute, I would think, to make these wool handlers work. That's what they will do in the sheds every day. Now, they engaged. Okay, keep it even there, shearers. You need to throw your eye up and down along the board. And out comes the other 3 shearers now on stands 2, 4, and 6. And it won't be very long till we see the first throw here. We won't be mentioning anything from now on about belly wool, clean up, etc., because we could be seen to be favouring the wool handler. This is not about the shearers, this is about the wool handlers and the wool. The presentation of wool, and I know we've members of British Wool here today, and we're all trying to promote the market for wool. It's one of our great natural products. It's the only product I know that can keep it warm in winter and cool in summer. Who's going to lift the fleece first for the first throw? We'll look at what these throws. It's Ellen Murphy, table number 2 with a good throw. And it's Shane Hart, the Spoon's about to pick up. Rachel Murphy with quite a good throw. Maybe not as good as her sister, but good. Shane Hart, the Spoon's another good throw there. It's all on her. The first fleece is on the table. Now they need to watch 2 shearers. They need to roll the fleece. They need to make sure everything is right. They need to take out any foreign matter that shouldn't be in there. It's the wool handling, the national wool handling, the one they all want to win. And of course our team members from the Highland in Scotland are up there competing. And you'll see them putting the fleece in the fleece basket. That's it, make these wool handlers work. That's what it's about. That's what they'll have to do in the sheds all day, every day. And Jane checking her fleece, making sure it's presented properly, putting it into the fleece basket. Then they'll be taken away for table judging. Shearers, don't be delaying, get back in and out with that sheep. We had another good throw there on table number 1. A good throw from Jane, a good throw from Aileen. So it's Rachel, it's Elaine and Jane. What a line up here in the National Wool Handling Competition. And the roll-up is on again on the 3 tables. And Rachel Murphy keeping the eye to see what's going on behind her. Into the basket goes fleece number 2. Jane Hartness Bones, watch her go. The roll-up on table number 3. And she's about to tuck in that neck. It's Ellen Murphy. She goes back. Another good throw from Rachel Murphy, Hugh, there on table number 1.
Yeah, so the 2 sisters are battling away now then. Rachel Murphy on table number 1. Ran back to that crutch. Ellen Murphy rolling away. Look at her rolling that wool up. She's got that as tight as a McHale bale. In goes the neckband. Rachel Murphy looked over her shoulder. Little Jane Harkness Bones up there on stands number 3. Table number 3 is rolling away. Rachel Murphy is there ready for the crutch. So is Ellen. So is Jane. They've got that wool out of the way of the shearer. Rachel just had to get out of the way of that sheep because it was kicking there on table number 1. Now she's back to the roll. Ellen's on the roll. Jane Harkness is on the roll. Bangs the table. They've got to make sure there are no bits of wool up on that table. Jane is gathering up the fleece, ready for her penultimate throw. So is Ellen. So is Rachel. They're running around now. These wool handlers. Mean business. The shearers are out of the way. A cracking throw from Jane there on table number 3. A good throw from Ellen. A good throw from Rachel. Little bits going over the edge of the table maybe. But I'm not the judge. On the roll up now is Jane. She's starting to huff and puff. Now she's going for it. She tucks in that neckband. The time has started, ladies and gentlemen. When that last shearer finishes. Pick up down there from Rachel. Pick up from Ellen. Pick up coming up from Jane. Last throw for Rachel and Ellen. Good throws there. The judges are looking for anything that comes over the sides of the table. What's Jane got? A cracking throw there. So now it's all going to be down to the speed on the broom. Roll up time for Rachel. Roll up time for Ellen. The 2 sisters are battling away. Into the basket goes the last fleece. Bang at the table from Ellen. Rachel's on the top board. Jane Harkness is tucking that band in. It's got to be nice, neat and compact. Rachel Murphy is on the broom underneath the table. Look at her sweeping. So is Ellen. Jane is on the pickup as well. Who's going to be the first to hand their hand in the air? Rachel Murphy drops down to one knee. She's sorting through the last locks. Jane Harkness is working, but out goes Rachel. Down there on table number 1. She has her time taken, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have Ellen Murphy. She said, where the hell did that come from? Now she's down on to her last oddments being sorted. Jane is coming as well. Who's going to be the first with her hand up in the air? It's going to be very close. Out goes Ellen. Out goes Jane. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So that's heat 1 of the wool handling. Heat 2 will be on immediately after lunch, and it'll be a combined scores final in the wool handling. And you can see on the right hand side the shearing stand where our table judges will be checking these fleeces. They'll roll them out, check the belly wool is in the right place, if it's suitable belly wool, that the oddments is right, that there's no good fleece wool in with the oddments, etc., etc. If you want to go have a look around there, you can. But what a spectacle was the first round 1 of the national wool handling. So the good news has also arrived. Yes, somebody must be taking down the scores. Is it Jared? I think it's Jared. He's on the way. And the good news that we've got today is, Hugh, that it's lunchtime. So there's good news every day. We'll see you back after lunch with round 2 of the wool handling. Then we'll have intermediate shearing and national semis. So a very good afternoon's entertainment. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. If I could have the shearers for the wool handling, please, our resident shearers for the wool handler, take your stands, please. We are ready to get underway with the second leg of the wool handling. So if we could have the shearers up onto their stands immediately, please. I'd like to call on the judges for the wool handling. We've Richard Schofield, Peter Webber, John Ivor and Andy Rankin. Our table judges being Davy O'Neill, Wallace Boyd and Seamus Kelly. And the oddments, Brian McGaddy. Referee is Jared Kelly. Resident shearers for the wool handling, take your stands, please.
So as George has said, this is sponsored by Ballyutog Training. And one of our judges, of course, is Mr. Brian McGahey, who runs Ballyutog. So if anybody is looking for any training, they cover a load of fields from abrasive wheels, ATVs, brush cutters, chain scores, excavators. Anything you want to do, then Brian will help you to achieve the goals and get the accreditation. And these wool handlers now then, when they come to the boards, our shearers are coming up. The team, of course, has been selected to represent Northern Ireland at the World Championships, which will be taking place at the Royal Highland Show in June this year. And the team will be Jane Harkness-Bones and Ellen Murphy. So I think we're ready to go, are we?
We're ready to go, I think. Wool handlers, if you're there ready, we'll introduce you onto their stands. Please give a warm welcome onto table number 3, Jane Harkness-Bones.
To table number 2, Ellen Murphy.
And on to table number 1, Rachel Murphy.
So we'll let our wool handlers now have a bit of a sort out. They'll place their buckets and their baskets in the correct positions. And the top 2 here today will go on to represent Northern Ireland at the Six Nations Championships later on in the year over in France. So it's all to play for. They've got to make it into that team. And as you can see now, they're placing their buckets and their baskets in the right position. They'll all want to know where to put those buckets, because when they start to flick those little bits of wool, they won't be looking where that wool is going. It'll just land in the correct position. So they have 5 baskets, I believe. So 5 fleeces will be coming off.
And of course the scoring has slightly changed in the oddment baskets. It was from a 0 to 20, but now it's unlimited. It's depending on what the judges see. If it has to go 40, 50, 60, that's what it will be. There's no limit on the oddments. So if you're not right, you will end up with a pretty high score.
And the wool handlers, of course, are the ones that add to the value of the wool. So the shearer comes along and cuts it off, and then the wool handler will add value to that wool before he goes to Ulster Wools by taking out any oddments, any muck, any foreign matter that shouldn't be there. So we've got a thumbs up from the referee. And we're going to make a start then, wool handlers. Wool handlers ready. Shearers go. So as you can see, we stagger the shearers. 1, 3 and 5 will stay together. 2, 4 and 6 will shear together. They will shear in a particular way. When the first shearer steps up the neck, then the second shearers will come out onto the boards. So the belly wool is out and clear, and now the wool handlers can approach. They can now come forward, they can start their work. The second shearers are poised and ready to go. As those shearers step up the neck, the second shearers will come out onto the board. So now their workload doubles. So the belly wool has come out. As you can see, the wool handlers put the belly wool at the leg of the table because the correct belly has got to go into the correct fleece. Now, if you've been joining us this morning, you have heard me saying that this fibre, this wool that we're cutting off, not only does it keep the sheep warm, when we cut it off, it gives us all sorts of uses. We can make it into duvets, into pillows, into carpets, insulation, and of course the clothing. And not only is that good for keeping us warm, this wool is an environmental champion. Because for every kilo of wool that we cut off, half of that is permanently locked up carbon. So a cracking throw there from Ellen Murphy. It's got to land nice and flat on the table. So this wool, when it comes off, not only is it good for the sheep, it's good for the environment because it locks up all that carbon. At the minute, they're telling us all to plant trees everywhere, where I can tell you that these sheep will lock up as much, if not more, carbon than the trees that they're making us plant. Because not only will those trees lock up the carbon in 20, 25 years, these sheep will do it every year. Every year they will lock up between 1 and 2 kilos of carbon. So the wool is coming off. The first shearers now then are finishing. So the second shearers, are about to finish. So now you'll see them. Have they rolled their fleece up out the way, or will they have to put it onto the clean floor? Another cracking throw from Ellen Murphy. What's Rachel Murphy got? A good throw again. Jane Harkness Bones put that fleece down onto the clean floor. And now she just kept an eye, make sure that she's onto it, because our judges will not miss a thing, George.
Yes, so important. And when Jane Harkness put down that fleece, she made sure there was nothing there to contaminate that fleece. And of course, when we have very white wool here, you cannot have any black spots or bits of black wool in that may be taken out. The reason being, black wool won't take a dye. It can still be very valuable as long as it's not blended in with white wool. Very soon we're going to see another throw. It's all about managing. It's very different than shearing. They will going to be against the clock when the shearers finish. Another good throw from Jane Harkness Bowen, a little bit of an overhang there. An A4 or 2, but that's for the judges. A good throw from Rachel Murphy up there. The roll up is on. The pressure is on now. They have to watch what the shearers are doing. It's all about managing your time up there. It's you have to have eyes in the back of your head when you have 2 shearers going. But that's what these wool handlers will do in the shed all day, every day. It's all about the presentation of wool. You see him throwing these fleeces here with the outside of the fleece up. If it was Blackie or Herdwick, it would be the opposite way around. It's all about the presentation of wool. Into the fleece basket goes that fleece. Get prepared for the next throw. Watch what the shearers are doing. Watch the crutch, belly wool. Except the belly wool is well contaminated, it must go into the fleece. It's not for us to say that, the judges will make. Well, watch Jane. Another lovely throw there on table number 3. Another throw coming up on table number 2 from Ellen Murphy. A slightly looser fleece, but she made a very good job of it there. Rachel Murphy with a brilliant throw there on table number 1. So the Murphy sisters, Jane Harkness Bowen with a roll up there. And she's really rolling up. Just watch this fleece, the way she's rolling up. Has to be even and compact, tight, neat, and in proportion to width to height as well. That's what the judges will be looking for. No contamination, no bits of wool left on the table, and they're trying to get some of the clean up done now as well, Hugh.
Yes, and now it's going to get serious, ladies and gentlemen, because the shearers have finished. The time starts now. Last fleece for Ellen Murphy. Last fleece coming up for Rachel Murphy. Jane Harkness Bones, 2 fleeces left to roll. She's running round up there. But look at these Murphy girls now. They're having a right good battle up there on tables 1 and 2. Ellen Murphy rolls a fleece. She sends it away to be judged by those judges. She bangs the table to clean all the wool. Now she's on the sweep. All those little short bits will come down from the top board to the bottom board. Now she's on the broom, on the floor. She'll start to move that wool with air all the way back towards those the buckets for oddments. Jane has got one fleece left to roll. Rachel Murphy is on the broom. Ellen Murphy cleaning underneath the table. Jane throws another cracking fleece. Well, look at these Murphy girls now, down on their knees. Ellen Murphy, one handful, two handfuls, and her hand will go up into the air. Give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
She was so excited that time she put the two hands up. She made sure there was going to be no mistake with the time.
Rachel Murphy now is sorting through the oddments. She has a quick look over her shoulder. Out goes Rachel Murphy on table number 1.
Now we have Jane on the broom there, and watch this broom go. How economical she can be with that broom under the table. Not leaving one bit of wool there for the judges. The judge has to stand well back or he'll get a tap of the broom on the shin as well. It's Jane Hartness-Bones now on table 3. The final tidy up. She'll get down on a knee now. Sort her into the different oddment bins. Every second counts. If it's gone over the minute, it's a lot more severe time penalty. Put your hands together for our wool handlers, the National Wool Handling Round 2. What a spectacle, and the great work these ladies do for the wool and presentation of wool. Wonderful to see. And of course it's not over yet. All these oddment bins and fleeces are taken over for our table judges. That's all happening on the right hand side of the shearing stage as you look up. So it might have seemed good up here, but if they haven't done everything right on the stage, put the belly wool in where it should be, if the fleeces are not neat and compact, they will be penalised for that as well.
Yeah, so a cracking second round of that final there for our wool handlers. And as George said, the wool now goes out to our back judges to be sorted out. And they'll have a look at it before it is packed up into the bags to be sent to Ulster Wool for grading and sorting. And I see the Chief Executive of British Wool has been here today. And if anybody's got any questions, I'm sure Landry Hoggerty or Jane Hartness-Bones from Ulster Wools will be happy to talk to you. It's a very, very underrated fibre, of course. And I was just told earlier that wool now actually makes up only 1% of the fibres used in clothing throughout the world. And the majority, the 75%, is made up of the plastic fibres. So if you want to do something for the environment, support the wool industry. Not only will it capture carbon, but it gives you a good renewable fibre as well. So the tables come down off the boards, and we'll be back on with shearing this afternoon, George.
Yes, it won't be too long. We'll be back there.
Okay, so the draw for the national shearing semi-final. Heat number 1 will be Andrew Davidson, Ian Wilson, Jack Robinson, Russell Smith, Graham Davidson and Jason McNeese. Heat 2 will be Tom Perry, Mark Lytle, Matthew Cowan, Ryan Adams, Andrew Ray and Alex Butler. So if they can be ready to go, please. If shearers, if you can be ready to come up. Our judges are on the way, I believe. So if our shearers and our judges could be ready to go, then we will be underway very, very shortly in this, the Northern Ireland Shearing Championship. So we're just waiting for a thumbs up from our chief referee, and then we will be underway with the first semi-final for the national championships. Our judges should be ready to go. I can see them all gathering to my left. Are we good to go, Jared? We'll get them up onto the board soon. So our judges for the national, if we could have Peter Webber on 6, Willie Jones on 5, Brian Wilson on 4, Davy Jones on 3, Adrian Caldwell on 2, Tom Dunn on 1, and the spare judge will be Brian McGahey. Judging out the back will be Andy Rankin and John Davis. You can tell the judges that have got their hearing aids turned on because they're the ones up on the board. It's the first time you've been waiting for me, isn't it, Brian? Okay, so we're waiting for Adrian Caldwell, Davy Jones and Brian Wilson. The referee will be Davy O'Neill. On the boards, the referee out the back will be Richard Schofield. I did call you on, yeah. We're waiting for the other ones. They must be doing their hair. Does anybody know where Adrian Caldwell, Davy and Brian Wilson are? They're on walkabout. Could we have tipper-uppers out the back, please? We need shearers to tip up sheep out the back. Is there any seniors or any shearers that could help out, it would be greatly appreciated. So we're still waiting for our judges. Do we know where they are? On their way. They must have been enjoying their lunch. If any of the second heat aren't doing a pen, could you go and tip up sheep, please? Or if there are any intermediates, could you go and tip up sheep out the back? You want to make your big entrance again? Right, okay. I did see one judge was late coming in. Where's the rest of them? It's no good sneaking up there trying to make out that you were on time. Have we got a full contingent of judges now, Davey? Have we got all our judges? No. Have they arrived yet, John? Well, there's one of them. No rush, but hurry up. Okay, so we're going to go.
Testing 1, 2.
Look out, he's meaning business, he's put a white coat on. Right, we'll try again then. We'll have Peter Webber on stand number 6. Willie Jones on number 5. Brian Wilson to 4. Davy Jones on 3. Adrian Caldwell on 2. Tom Dunn to stand number 1. And Brian McGahey, he's been waiting there a long time. So the shearers, could we have the shearers to the boards then, please? Andrew Davidson on 1, Ian Wilson on 2, Jack Robinson on 3, Russell Smith on 4, Graham Davidson on 5, and Jason McNeice on stand number 6. So this is the first semi-final of the national. The Northern Ireland National Competition. Referee to stand number 3, please. And stand number 4. You could be busy now. So the shearers have the right to call for the referee if they think that there is a sheep in there that is a little bit harder to shear, gives them a disadvantage. Could be a bit tighter in the coat. It could be a little bit muddy. Could be sandy in the middle of its back. It might even be too good, but that doesn't happen very often. And then the referee, tipper-uppers out the back, please. Are there any shearers, any intermediate shearers, or anybody that could tip up sheep? Out the back, please. We need you to go. Or if you're not shearing, In this heat, we need you to go out the back and tip up sheep.
Well, any of those shears that are not doing a pen man in this from the other semi, you need to go out the back and tip up the sheep, please.
So now you'll see these shearers checking the tension on those handpieces, making sure that that comb and cutter, that cutter will be traveling about 3,500 revs a minute over the top of the comb. So they'll want to make sure that it's cutting nice, so they won't pull the wool, because if they pull the wool, the sheep will kick. So we're still waiting for a thumbs up from our referee. As soon as we have that thumbs up, we will be underway. So Davey O'Neill then just making sure he will give us the go. Shearers all take this very, very seriously. How many sheep are they shearing, judges? 6 sheep. So 6 sheep in this semi-final of the Northern Ireland Championship, the Ulster Championship, sponsored by Randox Health. Looks like there's another sheep being changed. So they're all having a look. You'll see some of them doing a few stretches, warming the old muscles up, ready to go. Because when they do get underway, they will be off. So if you haven't been to a shearing competition before, our judges there on the board are all very accomplished shearers. They are looking for any double cuts or any second cuts of that wool, which devalues the wool by reducing the staple length. So they try to keep that to a minimum. Our judges will be looking and penalising for that. Then we have another team of judges judging out the back, and those judges are looking for any wool left on the sheep that should have been taken off. It might be a second cut that should have been taken, is left there. It might be a little skin cut or neck, and before that's treated, it will be penalised, and then that is added to the time. So it's not the fastest shearer that will win. It will be the fastest, cleanest shearer will come out on top at the end of the day. Okay, shearers, we have a thumbs up from the referee. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So a cracking lineup now, ladies and gentlemen, of this, the first semi-final of the national competition. Andrew Davidson down there on stand number 1. Ian Wilson on stand number 2. Jack Robinson on stand number 3, the current Ulster champion. Then we got Russell Smith on stand number 4. Graham Davidson will be representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships alongside Jack Robinson. He won his place in the circuit last year. And then Jason McNeice, an up-and-coming young shearer on stand number 6. So they're all pretty much blow for blow, all the way along the line. Really pushing that gear, pushing the shearing along. Who's going to be the first to turn? Graham Davidson, using those 2 purple handpieces. Down the last side comes Graham Davidson on stand number 5. He's being chased by Russell Smith and Jack Robinson, as they work their way now then to the completion of this first sheep. Round the top of the tail and into the pen goes Graham Davidson, George.
Yes, and away he goes now. Jack is putting in the finishing touches there on stand number 3. You have Andrew there on stand number 1. So is Jack Robinson on stand number 3. He comes out with sheep number 2. Russell Smith puts the finishing touches in there. And on stand number 6, Out he comes there as well, Jason McNeese. He's out with his second sheep on the board. Down the last side comes Ian Wilson. Russell Smith out there, the belly wool comes off. Up the neck goes Graham Davison on sheep number 2. So it's all on here. You have Ian Wilson there, a little bit of a wriggler. And it's costing him a couple of seconds there on his first sheep. Settles her down and ready to get on the way again. But it's already Graham Davison up and around the back of the head. He goes, drops down to the first shoulder. Down into the long blows of sheep number 2. Up the neck goes Jack, up and around the back of the head. Russell Smith is right there as well, as is Jason McNeese there on stand at number 6. Now Ian Wilson comes out with his second sheep, and he'll hope this one will sit a bit better for him. So everybody now on their second sheep. But it's already Graham Davison has got the turn for home. Being pushed all the way by Russell Smith and Jack there on stands 3 and 4. Graham Davison down to the flank. Down with the second blow, and out the back leg he goes now. About 3 more blows. He'll drop that sheep down the porthole, and he'll be in and out with sheep number 3. The first of the national semis, Q.
Yes, so Graham Davidson now then first into the pen for sheep number 3. But he's being chased hard by Russell Smith and Jack Robinson. In goes Russell, in goes Jack. The quality very, very low up there on the boards, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Robinson's got the belly wool off. Russell Smith maybe a blow in front. Graham Davidson 3 blows in front of that. Into the back leg goes Graham. Into the back goes Jack Robinson. He's got that go faster haircut. Up the neck goes Jack Robinson, right with his teammate Graham Davidson this time. Ian Wilson flat tack on the long blows of 2. Andrew Davidson comes out with sheep number 3. But his brother is already up the neck and into the front shoulder. So too is Jack Robinson. Graham Davidson round underneath the front leg. Jack Robinson is underneath the front leg. Long blow time for Jack Robinson. Russell Smith has come to the party. Long blow time for Graham Davidson. But Jack Robinson and Russell Smith have taken the battle on. Round the last side they come. Round that shoulder comes Jack. Round comes Russell. Graham Davidson has got to the turn. Jack Robinson underneath that hind leg. He's rolling that steel as fast as he can go. But Russell Smith is right on his tail. Who's going to be the first into the pen this time? It's Russell Smith from Jack Robinson, George.
Yes, and Jack comes out there with number 4 in the board now. Russell Smith. Graham Davison had a real wriggler there. Settle down. Jason McNeese is out. It's all happening here in the national semis. And away to go. Into the first hind leg goes Jack there now on stand number 3. And Russell Smith a blow for blow there. Russell Smith got a blow ahead of him. Up the neck he goes. The belly wool comes off for Graham there on 5. Jason McNeese on 6. Down in the long blows is Ian on stand number 2. On 1. We've Andrew Davison. Out the back leg he goes. We've his brother on stand number 5. He's on the undermine. Jack already up and around the back of the head, drops down to the first shoulder. But it's Russell Smith right down in the long blows there. Steps over with the right now. Another blow, and he'll be getting the turn and heading down the money side of the sheep. Down the last side comes Russell Smith there now on stand number 4. Jack steps over on stand number 3. Graham drops into the first shoulder. Up and around the back of the head on 6 is Jason McNeese. Andrew Davison, out comes Ian Wilson. He comes out with sheep number 4. So all competitors now on the 4th sheep. But it's Russell Smith leading the field at the moment. He's shearing on 4. Out the back leg he goes, another 2 blows, and he'll be in for sheep number 5, and he's pushed all the way by Jack. Out comes Russell now with sheep number 5 on the board. Jack comes out with number 5. Down the last side comes Graham there. Good shearing here. They all want to make it through to this big national final, Q.
Yes, so Graham Davidson had a bit of a kick and a wriggle there, and that's allowed Russell and Jack to just pull a little bit further out in front. Graham Davidson is back, glad to see the back of that one. Into the pen he runs for sheep number 5. But already Russell and Jack go up the neck together. The neck will breaks open in synchronization there for the 2 men on 3 and 4. Round into that front shoulder goes Russell. He's pressing the turbo button. Jack Robinson is chasing his tail. Round into the long blow they go. Russell Smith steps over. Jack Robinson steps over. They're about to get to the turn. Round that last side they come. Oh, Russell has a bit of a kick. Jack Robinson just half a blow in front. Russell Smith's found the ticklish bit. Down the last side they come now then. Jack Robinson underneath the front leg. Russell Smith is underneath the front leg, but she's still kicking and wriggling for Russell there on stand number 4. That's meant that Jack Robinson has stolen 3-4 blows round the top of the tail, and into the pen goes Jack Robinson for his 5th, 6th and final sheep there, George.
Yes, the final sheep on the board there for Jack. And it's Russell Smith now pushing hard there on stand on number 4. Down the last side comes Graham there. He had a real wriggler earlier on. Jason McNeese, he turns her home on stand number 6. Andrew Davison, Ian Wilson. Out comes Russell Smith now on 4. He's out with his 6th and final sheep on the board. Jack Robinson steps through up the neck and away he goes. Graham Davison out the back leg. Graham is about to drop that sheep and he'll be out with his 6th and final sheep on the board. Out the back leg goes Jason McNeese there and gets her down the porthole. He's out with 6 on the board as well. Chopping down into the first shoulder, Ian Wilson on 5 with 1 more in the pen. Andrew Davison on 1. Up the neck goes Russell Smith. Into the first hind leg goes Graham Davison. But it's Jack Robinson on stand number 3. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes now. His 6th and final sheep on the board for Jack. Down to the flank he goes. Down and out the back leg. About 3 more blows. Jack will reach for the stop card and push the button and his time will be taken. It's Jack Robinson. Put your hands together for him on stand number 3.
Yeah, so now comes Russell Smith. He's got to the turn. He's coming down the last side. Underneath the front leg. Now 4 big sweeping blows for there, and he'll be pushing that one into the portal. One little bit of a tickle round the top of the tail, and out goes Russell on stand number 4. Give him a clap as they finish, ladies and gentlemen. And now we have Graham Davidson and Jason McNeese. Pretty much blow for blow again up there on stands 5 and 6. Graham Davidson, the Northern Ireland team member to go to the World Champs, puts the finishing touches, and he'll have his time taken on stand number 5. Jason McNeese, he goes out on stand number 6. The other Davidson brother then. We've got 3 of these Davidsons would love to make it into that final together, as Andrew Davidson has got to the turn. He's coming down the last side. Ian Wilson is just about to come off the long blow. But Andrew Davidson then, round that hind leg he comes. Round underneath the hamstring, he rolls that handpiece. And out goes Andrew Davidson on stand number 1. Ian Wilson then, really enjoying his time up there. Still under 10 minutes for those 6 sheep to go down the portal. One little bit of a flick around the tail, and out goes Ian. Give them all a big round of applause. Well, that's set the pace. That's really set it now. The second semi-final will know what they've got to do. They'll just have to go a little bit faster, a little bit cleaner to make it into that final later on this afternoon. Some very, very good scores up there on those board scores. So as I said, our judges are looking for any second cuts. And the total that you can see there above the green numbers will be divided by the number of sheep shown to give us our board score. Then we've got another team of judges out the back that are looking for any wool left on the sheep, any little skin cuts or nicks before they're treated will be penalised. They will be divided by the number of sheep shown, and then it's a point for every 20 seconds. So it's not just the fastest shearer that will win, it'll be the fastest, cleaner shearer will come out on top at the end of the competition. Okay, so the sheep are coming up into the pens. The sheep are in the pens, are they, judges? They're all ready to go. Okay then. Our judges are in position. Could we have our shearers to the board then? Alex Butler on 6, Andrew Ray on 5, Ryan Adams on 4, Matthew Cowan on 3, Mark Lytle on 2, and Tom Perry on stand number 1. So another cracking lineup of these shearers up there on the boards. So the referee is working his way quickly across the boards. There won't be much discussion, it'll be jobs on. So you'll see these shearers just do a few stretches. The judges will do a bit of jigging around as well. The shearers will just stretch those muscles because they know what's coming. Okay then, shearers, on your doors. I've been given a thumbs up by the referee, so we're going to make a start. Shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go. So we're underway. This is the second semi-final. They've seen what the previous shearers have done. They want to make it into that national final to try and win that Ulster title. Who's going to be the first to show a little bit of magic now then? Tom Perry. Look at him, lean, mean shearing machine up there on stand number 1. Up the neck and into the front shoulder. Mark Lytle, up the neck and into the front shoulder. So is Andrew Ray, Matthew Cowan, Ryan Adams, and Alex Butler. But already then dropping down into the long blows is Tom Perry, up there on stand number 1. Not the singer, this is the shearer, ladies and gentlemen. And look at Tom Perry go now then, down that last side. He's trained hard all winter, and look at him like a lean snake. Up there on stand number 1. Round that hind leg then comes Tom Perry, who's the closest to him. I think it's the men on 5 and 6. But it's Tom Perry, just over a minute. And that first sheep has gone down the porthole, George.
Yes, he means business here on stand number 1. Very close here now on stand number 6. And 2 as well. Very little between any of the competitors here. Very, very even. Tom Perry got off there. Out comes Andrew Ray. He's out with number 2 on the board. Mark Little. The finishing touches wouldn't match you. Ryan Adams is out. And Alex Butler is out there on stand number 6 as well. Out comes Matthew Cowan now with sheep number 2 on the board. So all competitors with our second sheep want to make this big national final later on this afternoon. But it's already Tom Perry drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow there. He's second sheep on stand number 1, popping in those long blows now. He's about to step over with the right up to the back of the head he goes. Another 2 blows, and he'll get the turn and be heading for home and down the last side. Down the money side for Tom Perry on 1. Up the neck for Andrew there on stand number 5. On 6, it's Alex Butler. Ryan Adams, he's on 4. On 3, Matthew Cowan. On 2, Mark Little. But it's already Tom Perry down to the flank and out the back leg he goes now. Another 3 blows. He'll send sheep number 2 away, and he'll be in and out with sheep number 3, Hugh.
Yeah, so Tom Perry flat out like a badger on the bypass there on stand number 1. The belly wool comes out. Mark Lytle on the long blows. Matthew Cowan is coming off the long blows. So too Ryan Adams, Andrew Ray, Alex Butler. 2-3 blows out in front. Round that hind leg comes Alex Butler now then. Just the finishing touches, and he'll run into the pen for sheep number 3. In will go Matthew Cowan, Ryan Adams and Andrew Ray by the look of it all together. In goes Andrew, Ryan, Matthew. Mark Lytle puts the finishing touches. He runs into the pen for sheep number 3. But already then rocking and rolling around the shoulder is Tom Perry down there on stand number 1. He steps over on the long blows. She has a little bit of a kick and a wriggle. He says, sit still, darling. Off comes the cheek wool. Tom Perry is turning for home. He's coming down the last side, but he's still being chased by the rest of the field. Up the neck and into the front shoulder are Mark Lytle, Ryan Adams, Andrew Ray, Alex Butler's on the long blows, but Tom Perry is slip sliding away. Round that hind leg comes Tom Perry, and he goes into the pen for sheep number 4 there, George.
Yes, he didn't open the door too wide to get out with that one, but he done it very, very quickly, very efficiently there for Tom Perry. Mark Little down in the long blow. Andrew Ray, Alex Butler on 6. He's about to get the turn and head down the last side. Matthew is up the neck there on stand number 3. Ryan Adams, he's about to get the turn. Who's closest now? It looks like Mark Little and Andrew Ray there together on stands 2 and 5 as they come down the last side. Chasing hard there, want to get through to this national final. Alex Butler out the back leg. Andrew's out the back leg there. Who's going to get the drop next? Very little between the competitors. Down the last side they come, and it's Mark Little it is. He's out with sheep number 2 on the board. A bit of a wriggler there with Andrew on 5. That gives Ryan Adams a chance to get out the blow. Ahead of him out comes Alex Butler. He's on 6. On 5 it's Andrew. He's out with sheep number 4 on the board as well. But it's already that lean machine on stand number 1. Tom Perry down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes now with 2 more left in the pen. Wanting to make this national final later on this afternoon. Down to the flank he goes. Down and out the back leg now for Tom Perry. 1, 2 more blows and Tom will say bye-bye 4. Come on, number 5.
Yeah, so Tom, his fan club is starting to shout. He runs in and out for sheep number 5. Belly wool off for Tom. Mark Little up there on stand at number 2. Rocking and rolling down to the long blows. Matthew Cowan, the young fella there on stand number 3, puts the finishing touches to sheep number 3. Ryan Adams has stepped over. Andrew Ray is about to step over, so is Alex Butler. But already Tom Perry, looking like a lean, mean shearing machine, up there on stand number 1, is up into the front shoulder. Keeping the job, keeping his cool. Round into the front shoulder comes Tom Perry. Mark Lytle is coming down the last side. He's about to go in for his 5th sheep, but Tom Perry steps over on the long blows of sheep number 5. 1 left in the pen for Tom Perry. Look at him go. Ryan Adams goes in for 5. Where's the rest of the field? They're still blow for blow on 5 and 6. But already then Tom Perry, he's starting to huff and puff as he comes down that last side. Underneath the front leg comes Tom Perry. Just sliding that handpiece now. Nice and easy down that last side, ladies and gentlemen. Making it look very easy. Look at that return. Into the pen goes Tom Perry for his 6th and final sheep, George.
Yes, out comes Tom now with number 6 on the board. His final sheep there, doing a quality job. On 2 we have Mark Little down into the first shoulder. On 3 it's Matthew Cowan. It's 4 Ryan Adams up and around the back of the head. Drops down into the first shoulder. On stand number 5 Andrew Ray. He's up the neck there as well. And on 6 we've Alex Butler. Alex already down into the first shoulder. Steps over with the right. Another blow or 2 and he'll be getting the turn and heading for home and heading down the last side. But he already has another sheep to go. And coming out on stand number 3 Matthew Cowan. But it's already Tom Perry up the neck, drop down to the first shoulder there on sheep number 6. The last leg of the semi-finals of the National. One to get through to that final. He steps over with the right now, and it's Tom Perry about to get the turn. Now he heads down the money side of the sheep. Down to the shoulder and down the last side comes Tom Perry. Stand number 1 for Tom Perry. Down to the flank he comes now. About 2 more blows down to the flank, and he will be out.
Yeah, that sheep has just had a bit of a kick and a wriggle, but Tom Perry looks to have it under control. He says, sit still, you tart. Round the top of the tail, and out goes Tom Perry. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Ray goes in for sheep number 6. Ryan Adams already out with 6. Mark Lytle up the neck on 6. Matthew Cowan turning to come down the last side on sheep number 5. The young fella, shorn the intermediates, and now he's up in his national competition. Look at him go, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side he goes. Alex Butler got one left in the pen, but it's going to be Mark Lytle as he rocks down into the long blows. But he's got Ryan Adams right up his tail. Turning off the long blow is Mark Lytle. Stepping over on the long blow is Ryan Adams. Mark Lytle coming around that shoulder. Ryan Adams has put a quick shift. He cleans off the cheek. He's coming down the last side. Can he catch Mark Lytle now? He's going to try his hardest. Mark Lytle down to the hind leg. Ryan Adams is down to the hind leg. Mark Lytle underneath the back leg. Ryan Adams and round that hind leg. Mark Lytle puts a finishing touch. Out goes Mark there on stand number 2. Out goes Ryan Adams. Out goes Alex Butler. He put a quick shift. I think his penman might have forgotten to press the button. Andrew Ray puts the finishing touches. And young Matthew Cowan goes up the neck there, George.
Yes, Andrew putting the finishing touches in there on stand number 5. Out he goes. He's pushed the button and his time is taken. We have Matthew Cowan here now doing a quality job on stand number 3. Dropping down into the first shoulder. Down into the long blows of his 6th and final sheep. And what a job our wool handlers are doing here, our resident wool handlers, looking after that wool properly, rolling up them fleeces. Proper presentation of wool, but the wool has been presented properly to him as well. So that's what it's all about in the wool industry. Part of the big team here in the shearing world with our judges, scorekeepers, timekeepers. Now it's Matthew Cowan on his sheep number 6. A little bit of a wriggle. He settles her down again. Down to the flank he goes now. Down and out the back leg. If he'd sit for another couple of seconds, Matthew would be very happy. He's popped out the head again. Down and out the back leg he goes now. 3 more blows. He'll push the button and his time will be taken. Matthew Cowan on stand number 3, the last competitor in the national semi-final. Put your hands together for our national semi-finalist. Well done. So there might be a couple of sheep being shorn off now just to get that mob away. And we have 2 finals to come. The intermediate and the national.
Could the intermediate finalists go to the cabin to do the draw, please? Intermediate finalists to do the draw. Intermediate finalists to do the draw. You should know who you are, and then we will get a list to tell us who will be shearing where. So we have two finals this afternoon. We have the intermediate final, and that will be followed by the national final. And then we will finish off the afternoon's proceedings with a presentation of awards. So it looks like the intermediate shearers have got their singlets. They're doing the draw. The names will go into the computer system. And then we will be underway. And it looks as if our national final will be at 2:30. We are live on YouTube, so if you know of anybody at home that would like to be watching this shearing, give them a shout, tell them that we're online. I'm sure there will be people watching from all over the world, because this is a big year for the shearing community, where we will be having our World Championships at the Royal Highland Show between the 23rd and the 26th of June, where over 30 countries will be coming to the Royal Highland to compete for that World Championship. Teams have been selected through their selection processes, and it'll be a great spectacle to watch. So if you're looking for somewhere to go on your holiday, the Highland will be a good venue and a great destination to watch some of the world's best shearers, to find out who will be our world champion.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Yes, I think the scene is set. The names have gone up, the draw's being made, the sheep are in the pens, and we're just about ready to get on the way with the intermediate final. Jared, Chair. The scene is set. We're going to call the judges up onto their stands, please, for the intermediate. Judges, be ready. On 6 is Willie Jones, 5 Brian McGarry, Peter Webber on 4, 3 is Brian Wilson, 2 is Tom Dunn, 1 is Davy Jones, and the spare is Adrian Caldwell, with the board referee being Davy O'Neill. Judging out the back, Richard Schofield and Andy Rankin, and the referee John Ivor Davis. Okay, shearers, we're ready to introduce you up onto the stand for the intermediate final. Be ready. I want you to give them a very warm welcome as they come up onto their stand. On to stand number 6, it's Ian Wilson. 5 will be Callum Kelly. 6, Matthew Cowan. On 3, Luke McGee. 2 will be Ronald Kennedy. On stand 1, Dilwyn Jones. We'll just check how many sheep they're shearing. Six. So they're shearing 6 sheep in the intermediate final. And we need helpers out the back for tipping up the sheep. So there's helpers needed out the back for tipping up the sheep. So this is the intermediate final. And we've one more national final to come, and that will be kicking off at 3:30 on the button. We'll start that national final on the stroke of 3:30. Sorry, or 2:30 I should say, for the... I think our Woolhandlers thought they were going to be sitting around here for a long time, so we knocked an hour off there very quickly. Okay, they've had a quick look at the sheep. We've got the thumbs up. This scene is set. We're ready to get on the way with the Countryside Service Store sponsored intermediate. Competitors, on your doors. Come on, competitors, you need to be ready. Competitors, on your doors. No lifting the sheep. You must take the sheep in a standing position within the pen. The same for everybody. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Competitors, go. And the way to go. What a line up here for the intermediate final. We've seen very good shearing earlier on this morning. And the way to go now. We have Ian Wilson. He's on stand number 6. Ian Wilson on 6. So away to go. We've Callum Kelly, Matthew Cowan, Luke McGee, Ronald Kennedy, and Dilwyn Jones. 6 sheep each to shear in the intermediate final. A real spectacle here. A good lineup of shearers. Up the neck they go there. It's Ronald Kennedy on 2. Dilwyn Jones on 1. Callum Kelly, he drops down to the first shoulder, up and around the back of the head there. And we need helpers out the back to tip up those sheep, please. Come on, whoever's standing around our shearers that have been shearing, you need to go out the back and tip up the sheep. It's a team effort. Everybody has to work and play their part for this to happen.
So these shearers now then in this, the intermediate final, got to the turn. Callum Kelly is coming down that last side. He's obviously been shearing a few merinos the way he's shearing that front leg. It keeps his skin tight to come down the last side. Ronald Kennedy, he looks like a mad professor up there on stand number 2, but by God, he can take the wool off. Ronald Kennedy and Dewi Jones are having a bit of a battle. Callum Kelly, she just turned her head at the wrong time. That allowed Dewi Jones, a little Welshman from down there in Irwood, just south of Bilth. He runs into the pen for sheep number 2. Ronald Kennedy, the mad professor, is coming around the top of the tail. So is Matthew Cowan. Luke McGee, the big bear of a man, on stand number 3, round the top of the tail. Ian Wilson's got a bit of a kicker there. He settles it down. In goes Luke McGee for his second sheep. But already then up the neck and into that front shoulder is Callum Kelly. Rocking and rolling round into that shoulder. But he's being chased hard by little Dewi Jones. The little magician is coming up the neck and into the front shoulder. Dewi Jones then round into that front shoulder, keeping that steel moving. Caleb Kelly, though, has put a bit of a quick shift in. He's got those long blows. He's coming down the last side. Round the shoulder he comes. Ronald Kennedy up the neck and into the front shoulder. Dewi Jones is into the front shoulder, but she's a bit ticklish by the look of it. He'll settle her down. She's having a bit of a kick and a wriggle. Caleb Kelly's got a little bit of a kick and a wriggle as well. But they're sticking to their work. Oh, Dewi Jones has got a real tart up there on stand number 1. He'll settle her down. He'll get her sitting comfortable. She says, no, I will not. And she's still kicking and wriggling there, George.
Yes, very much so. That's the look of the draw. That's what can happen. It can happen on stand 2 the next time, we never know. Callum Kelly, he comes out with number 2 on the board. Keep those numbers right, penmen. Ian Wilson, Matthew Cowan, Luke McGee, Ronald Kennedy and Dylan Jones. It's Ronald Kennedy now. Down to the flank he goes and out that back leg on sheep number 2. Doing a quality job, but always remember, it's not necessarily the fastest competitor that will win the final. You must have the quality out the back as well. Ronald Kennedy, he comes out with sheep number 2. He does that little skip and a hop as he goes in there. Really preparing, and out he comes now with sheep number 3 on the board. Down in the long blow, Ian Wilson, Callum Kelly, and Matthew Cowan, Luke McGee, the Donegal man. Out the back leg goes Luke there. The belly wool is going to come off now on stand number 4 for Matthew. Right down in the long blow is Callum Kelly on 5. On 6, it's Ian Wilson, turns her home and down the last side. Dylan Jones there says goodbye to that sheep. Now she doesn't want to leave him and go down the porthole. He's quite happy to see her heading down there. And he's out with sheep number 3. Luke McGee, the Donegal man, has 3 on the board, Luke.
Yeah, so Caleb Kelly then up there on stand number 5 has got to the turn. He's kept them sitting comfortable. Dewi Jones is glad to see the back of that one, I can tell you. Long blow time for Ronald Kennedy. He looks like Inspector Gadget up there on stand number 2. And look at him go now then. Ronald Kennedy swings that long leg over on the long blows. But Caleb Kelly already finishing touches. And he's about to go in for sheep number 4. Into the pen runs the Ginger Ninja on stand number 5. This is sponsored by Countryside Services. And of course Moira sponsoring the best pen of sheep. Ronald Kennedy then on stand number 2 puts the finishing touches. Matthew Cowan, he's just sliding in the slipstream, the young fella on stand number 4. But look at the man on Caleb Kelly then, setting the pace. They're all following that man there on stand number 5 as Caleb Kelly goes up the neck and into the front shoulder. Dewi Jones, he's got another kicker up there on stand number 1. I think he'll be glad to get back on the ferry over to Wales, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Dewi Jones. Luke McGee's turn to have a kicker. He says, sit still, you tart. Down that long blow now then comes Caleb Kelly. He cleans off the cheek. Caleb Kelly has put a real shift in. He's leading the rest of the field by over half a sheep. In goes Dewi Jones for sheep number 4. He says, I hope this one's going to sit still, George.
Yes, if that sheep would just sit still, he would be quite happy. It's Luke McGee. Mark, make sure the numbers are right there. One more should be up. Ronald Kennedy turns her home. It's Callum Kelly. Down and out the back leg he goes. Ian Wilson, he's in and out with another sheep on stand number 6. On 4 with Matthew. He's down in the long blow. Callum on 5 now. Down the porthole she goes, and he's out with sheep number 5 on the board. But it's Ronald Kennedy pumping off that wool as he comes down the last side and out the back leg. Luke McGee, he's going in for 4. But out the back leg of 4 is Ronald Kennedy. Another blow. Down the porthole she go, and he'll be out with sheep number 5. But it's already Callum Kelly into the first hind leg of sheep number 5. He is Shearing on stand 5. So 5's all the way. Ian Wilson, he's on 4 into the first hind leg. Down into the long blow on stand number 1 is Dylan Jones, pumping in those blows now. But it's already Caleb Kelly on stand number 5, drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. Macho comes out on stand number 4. Up the neck goes Luke. Ronald Kennedy into the first hind leg. He's pushing Callum Kelly all the way, but he's a good sheep there this time on stand number 5, and he gets the turn, Hugh.
Yeah, so Caleb Kelly has got to the turn. He's coming down the last side. Dewi Jones is working his hardest to make sure he doesn't put a sheep around him. Caleb Kelly coming down the last side. It's his turn to have a kicker. Ronald Kennedy on the long blows. He swings that long leg over. Luke McGee steps over, but he's a sheep behind him on sheep number 4. Matthew Cowan goes up the neck and into that first front shoulder. But it's Caleb Kelly now then. He's working his way. On his 5th sheep, he's about to go in for sheep number 6. The last one out onto the board for Caleb Kelly now then. Down the last side comes Ronald Kennedy. He looks like a mad professor, but he's really working hard. He's trying his hardest to come round that last side. Ronald Kennedy then has made a lot of time up on to Caleb Kelly. Ronald Kennedy said, get your head in there, your bum will follow. Into the pen he runs for sheep number 6. Up the neck goes Caleb Kelly on his 6th and final sheep. Dewi Jones is turning for home. He's coming down the last side on sheep number 5. Matthew Cowan, he was doing a beautiful job there until that sheep kicked. He says, will you just sit still? Caleb Kelly though on the long blows. He's about to get to the turn. He's put a real shift in, ladies and gentlemen. The young man on stand number 5, Caleb Kelly, has turned for home there, George.
Yes, and he is down to the shoulder, and down the last side he comes now. That Merino last shoulder he does there, a quality job. Down to the flank he goes, pumping in those blows now. He's been pushed all the way, but out the back leg goes Caleb Kelly. Stand number 5, it's all happening now. About 3 more blows, he'll push the button and his time will be taken. It's Caleb Kelly on stand number 5. Put your hands together for him. Well done. Down the porthole she goes. On 6 now we've Ian Wilson. On 4 it's Matthew Cowan. The Donegal man Luke McGee's on 3 with a bit of a wriggler. Ronald Kennedy on 2. He turns her home and down the last side on his 6 sheep as well. 6 sheep on the board there from Matthew. Dylan Jones on 6. He's down in the long blows. But it looks like it's going to be Ronald Kennedy will be next there on stand number 2. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Pumping in those blows now. Another 3 or 4 blows for Ronald. He'll push the button and his time will be taken. Luke McGee with 1 more left in the pen. Matthew down in the long blow. Ian Wilson turns her home on 5 with 1 more in there. But Ronald Kennedy, put your hands together for him on stand number 2. We Dylan Jones out the back leg. He goes to Welshman there, Shearing on stand number 1. The finishing touch is going in. And he's finished there on stand number 1. Well done. So now we've the Donegal man, Luke McGee, Matthew on stand number 4, Ian Wilson on stand number 5, putting the finishing touches in there. Ian Wilson with 1 more sheep left in the pen. A bit of a wriggler there with Matthew, settles her down and away he goes again. Out the back leg he goes now with about 2 or 3 more blows. He'll be finished his 6th and final sheep in this Countryside Services sponsored intermediate. Well done, Matthew is out there. Put your hands together for him on stand number 4. Up the neck goes the Donegal man, Luke McGee. He's on stand number 3. Up the neck and round the back of the head he goes. Dropping down the first shoulder, moving that sheep around parallel with the dropper for the long blows. And a couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine on his final sheep for Ian Wilson. He steps up the neck there now on stand number 6. Right down in the long blows is Luke McGee, the Donegal man. He gets the turn, cleans off that cheek now and heads down that money side of the sheep. Down to the shoulder he comes, doing a quality job there on his 6th and final sheep. Ian Wilson drops down to the first shoulder, down to the long blow on stand number 6Q.
Yeah, so as they put the finishing touches now then, ladies and gentlemen, Luke McGee coming down the last side. 2 more full comb widths. 1 little bit of a tickle around the top of the tail. And out goes Luke McGee on stand number 3. And Ian Wilson just sticking to his work, making sure that that quality is good enough for those judges. Because remember, it's not the fastest shearer that wins. It is the fastest, cleanest shearer that will come out on top. And out goes Ian Wilson. Give them all a big round of applause, our intermediate finalists. So we'll have a quick clean-up. Our resident wool handlers will just swing those brooms and we'll tidy up around the boards. And then we've got a presentation for you. So don't go too far away. We have a quick presentation before our national shearing final. And it's great to see so many people sticking around for that big final. And we won't be long and we will be underway. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention just for a few minutes, please. It is now a great pleasure to welcome onto the stage the chairman of the Shearing Committee here at Royal Ulster, Mr. Gerard Kelly, Mr. David O'Neill, who is the chairman of NISA, the North Island Shearing Competitions Association, and Mr. Jerry Mellett from ABP. So a very warm welcome to you to the stage. I'd now like to hand the microphone first to Davy O'Neill to say a few words, and welcome to you all to the stage. Maybe we should do Jerry first. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're delighted to be sponsoring this sheep shearing competition, and we have a few bob for them. It's just showing ABP their commitment to sheep and to the sheep industry in Northern Ireland in all aspects of it. So going forward, I'd like to wish them the best of luck, and thank you very much for having us here this evening. Thank you.
Hello, I'd just like to thank Jay Furthers and ABP for their sponsorship. Without sponsorship like this, the competition just can't go, so it's very much appreciated, and Thanks very much again.
Thank you, Davey. And just to let everybody know that the cheque that's being presented now from ABP to Nissa is for $2,500 for the circuit. So a wonderful gesture. Thank you very much for your continued support. And I'm sure you'll be watching the Northern Ireland team as they go to the World Championships in Scotland. So thank you very much. You can smile. Could we have the national finalists to come and do the draw at the cabin, please? All the finalists in the national competition, could you come to do the draw, please? Could we have all the national finalists to come to do the draw, please? All the national finalists, could you please come to do the draw? Could Ryan Adams and Russell Smith come to do the draw, please? Ryan Adams and Russell Smith. They're hiding out the back somewhere. Does anybody know where Ryan Adams and Russell Smith are? If anybody sees them at the bar, could you send them back, please? They'll be hydrating. Right, so we got Ryan back from the bar. Is Russell around? Russell Smith. Ryan, don't go too far away. We lost you once.
Testing.
John Murphy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have now the national final coming up. And we will first introduce our judges up onto the board. So if our judges could all be ready to rock and roll. Okay then, judges, if we could ask you to take your positions. To stand number 6, Peter Webber. To stand number 5, Willie Jones. To stand number 4, Brian Wilson. To stand number 3, Davy Jones. To stand number 2, Adrian Caldwell. To stand number 1, Tom Dunn. And our spare judge is Brian McGahey. Judging out the back will be Andy Rankin and John Ivor Davis. Our pen referee will be Davy O'Neill. Our pen referee will be Richard Schofield. So we have a great lineup of judges up there, ladies and gentlemen. Our judges were all very distinguished shearers in their day. They've seen it all, they've done it all, it's just they can't remember bugger all about it now. Okay, we have our finalists ready to rock and roll at the bottom of the stage. Please give them a very warm welcome as they come up for this national final. To stand number 6, Jack Robinson.
On stand number 5, we have Andrew Ray.
To stand number 4, Russell Smith.
On stand number 3, it will be Tom Perry.
To stand number 2, Alex Butler.
And on 1, Ryan Adams. So this is our national final, 10 sheep each this year. And you see our sponsors up there on Ducks Health. They're the big sponsors. We'd like to thank all our sponsors. Without these sponsors, we would have no shearing competitions. The one we've all been waiting for, the national final here at Balmoral Show 2023. What a spectacle this promises to be. And of course, our Leicester machines up there with David John. They do a tremendous service and big sponsors here for the shearing at Balmoral. They've had a quick look at the sheep now. The handpiece is on, and it's probably something less than a minute. We'll be ready to get underway with that national final. This is the one they all want to win.
Well, we've got a thumbs up from our referee, Davy O'Neill. Shearers to the boards. This is the big one, the Royal Ulster Championship. They want to make it into that Six Nations team. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. And we're away, ladies and gentlemen, on the first of 10 sheep for these open shearers. They want to win that Ulster Championship. The current champion is Jack Robinson. He is now known as the past champion. But look at him go up the neck into that first front shoulder. He's rocking round that shoulder. He's being chased hard by the rest of the field. Jack Robinson steps over on the long blows. Tom Perry, they shear together. Day in, day out, those two on stands 3 and 6. Who is going to have the bragging rights, ladies and gentlemen? Jack Robinson underneath the front leg. Tom Perry underneath the front leg. Jack out the hind leg. Tom already been there, done that. Who's going to be the first? It's Tom Perry. Into the pen there, George.
Yes, it's all on here now. It's all happening. So stands 3 and 6 with number 2 on the board. Keep those numbers right, penman. We have Russell Smith, Andrew Ray, Alex Butler and Ryan Adams. Who's going to be the next to drop? It looks like Andrew there on 5. Down and out the back like he goes. It's Ryan Adams that pulled it off on stand number 1. He's out there with number 2 on the board. Down the last side with a regular Alex Butler. And it's Russell Smith. Russell is out. Andrew is out and comes out with sheep number 2, but it's already Tom Perry up and around the back of the head, drops down into the first shoulder, being pushed all the way by Tom Perry, down to the shoulder, down into the long blows. Here to go, and away to go now. It stands 3 and 6 having a real battle here. Who's going to get the turn first? And it looks like it's Tom and it's Jack. They're locked together blow for blow, but it's what happens at the end of the 10 sheep is what's going to count. Away they go, down the last side and down bit the flank to go, Q.
Yeah, so Tom Perry and Jack Robinson still having a ding-dong. It's still Tom Perry. Into the pen goes his workmate, Jack Robinson. They're in and out of the pen together on sheep number 3. Who's got the little honey this time? Long blow time for the rest of the field, but it's still the ding-dong between Tom and Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson up the undermine. Tom Perry up the undermine. Jack Robinson up the neck. Tom Perry's up the neck. This blow for blow, ladies and gentlemen. Best of mates off the board. Biggest rivals on the board. Into the front shoulder they go now then. Jack and Tom. Out comes Russell Smith. Alex Butler with sheep number 3. In goes Ryan Adams for 3. Andrew Ray puts the finishing touches. He'll be going in for sheep number 3. But already turning for home are Jack and Tom on stands 3 and 6. They're still ding-donging away. Down the last side they come. Round that hind leg is Jack and Tom. Blow for blow. Who's going to go in first this time? It's going to be close. It's going to be Jack Robinson and Tom together there, George.
Yes, there's no give here yet, but they are on sheep number 4 at the moment. Won't be too long, they're at the halfway mark. So I'll see our sponsors. You're very welcome to our sponsors, Randox. And I hope they enjoyed this final. What a spectacle they've come into speed. What a spectacle they're sponsoring. Up the neck goes Tom Perry on 6. Up the neck goes Tom Perry on 3. But don't forget Ryan Adams, Alex Butler, Russell Smith and Andrew Ray. And away they go. Good as Tom Perry. He drops down to the first shoulder. Already down into the long blow is Jack there on stand number 6. Third of the home and 1 is Ryan Adams. Alex Butler. Who's going to get the turn first? Andrew Ray, Russell Smith down the last side of 2. Make sure those numbers are right. I think he might be on 1 more. But they're still locked together as they come down the last side. Jack Robinson, Tom Perry. And I think Tom might have got a blow back this time. Down and out the back leg to go. Who's going to get that drop? And it looks like it's Tom. Just a blow ahead of Jack. Come on, get behind him and cheer him on. It's the national final, Q.
Yeah, so Tom Perry looks as fit as a butcher's dog. Off comes the belly wool for Tom Perry. Off comes the belly wool for Jack Robinson. Tom Perry into the back leg he goes. Jack Robinson saying, no you don't. Into the back pen. There goes Jack Robinson. Up the neck is Tom. Up the neck is Jack. They share side by side, day in, day out. And they're having a battle royal now. Into the front shoulder is Tom. Into the front shoulder is Jack. Long blow time for Tom. Long blow time for Jack. Tom steps, Jack steps. This is getting boring, ladies and gentlemen. Cheer him on. The cheek wool comes off for Tom Perry. It's off for Jack Robinson. They round this shoulder. This is the Randox Health-sponsored national competition. Down the last side they come. Tom Perry's out the hind leg. Jack Robinson is out the hind leg. Tom's underneath the tail. Jack is underneath the tail. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. They go in together. Tom and Jack are still fighting there, George.
Yes, it's all on here now. They have their 6 sheep. Make sure you keep those pen numbers right. We have Ryan Adams on 1, on 2 it's Alex Butler, on 5 it's Andrew Ray. Russell Smith comes out on 4, but it's already Jack Robinson has stole a couple of blows back on Tom this time. He's up the neck here. Sheep number 6, up the neck steps Tom Perry. What a final, the national final. It's great to see our sponsors here to witness this special final. Jack drops down into the first shoulder, down into the long blow. Being pushed all the way by Tom Perry on number 3. Down into the first shoulder, down into the long blow for Tom. Who's going to get the turn first this time? It looks like it's going to be Jack. Jack turns down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Tom turns. There's just about the 2 blows in it, Q.
Yeah, so Jack Robinson underneath the front leg. Tom Perry's underneath the front leg. Looks like Jack has just stolen 3 blows. He's flat out like a badger on a bypass. Around the top of the tail comes Jack Robinson. Tom Perry right up his tail. In and out the pen they go with sheep number 7. Tom says if you sit there, you'll be about 40 seconds. The belly wool is flying off. Into the pen goes Alex Butler. Ryan Adams for sheep number 6. But the men are on sheep number 7. Up the neck goes Jack Robinson. Up the neck goes Tom Perry. Into that first front shoulder they go. Jack Robinson round behind the ears. Tom Perry behind the ears. They're still blow for blow, battling it out. Long blow time for Jack and Tom. They step over in unison. Who's going to get to the turn? It's Tom Perry from Jack Robinson. Down the last side they come. Round this shoulder. Underneath the front leg they are together. But it's Tom Perry has stolen 2 blows. He's saying, come on, old man, let's go. That solar panel is working hard for Tom Perry as he goes in for sheep number 8 there, George.
Yes, number 8 out on the board now for Tom. And Jack drops that one down the board hole. Jack hops in, Jack hops out with sheep number 8 on the board. What a spectacle here for your national final. Don't forget stands 1, 2 and stand number 5 and stand number 4. Answer Ray, Russell Smith, Alex Butler and Ryan Adams. But at the moment, who's going to pop up the neck? Up to go together this time. They're still locked together. Make sure those pen numbers are right. Is it 8 or 7? It's 7 on one board, 8 on another. But we know they're on the same sheep. So penmen, you need to get your act together. Get it right there. Tom Perry chopping down the long blows there now, really pumping in. Jack up to the back of the head. He stepped over and away to go. It's 8 all around now, so we have the house in order again. They get the turn. It's Tom ahead this time by a blow. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. It's ding dong here, Hugh.
Yeah, but it's Jack Robinson first this time, ladies and gentlemen. He's stolen 3 blows back from Tom. He's saying, I'm going to stick to you. Into the pen goes Jack Robinson. Into the pen goes Tom Perry. Best of mates off the boards, but I say they're fighting hard. Into the pen they go. They got sheep number, is that 8 or 9 out onto the board? Barely well off for Tom Perry, but already up the undermine, up the neck is Jack Robinson. Tom Perry's wondering how the hell did he get to there. Up the neck and into the front shoulder is Jack Robinson. Up the neck and into the front shoulder is Tom Perry. Rocking and rolling into that front shoulder. Long blow time for Jack Robinson. Captain Jack Sparrow up there on stand number 6 is really starting to hit the wheels. Down the last side comes Jack Robinson. Tom Perry's on the long blows, but Jack Robinson has timed his run better than a horse at the Grand National. Round this last side comes Jack Robinson. 3 blows left, 1 blow left, and he's going to be into the pen for his 10th and final sheep there, George.
Yes, the final sheep going on out there now for Jack, the final sheep on the board, and the final sheep. Come on, you're too quiet out there. Get behind your favourite, Shearing, cheer them on. It's the national final. That's what we want to hear. Now we have a final, and away to go. Tom Perry, Jack is already up the neck there on stand number 6. Into the first hind leg goes Tom. Don't forget Russell, Andrew, Alex and Ryan. But it's all happening here. Stands 3 and 6 at the moment. It's Jack down into the first shoulder. Up the neck and dropping down to the first shoulder is Tom. A wriggle of a sheep could change it all. And it's Jack now about to get the turn and head for home. Down in the long blow is Tom. Come on, get behind him and cheer him on. Give him a bit of support. Away to go, Hugh.
Yeah, so Jack Robinson underneath the front leg. But Tom Perry has got more fight in him than a protester up at Aintree, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side they come. Jack Robinson is wriggled. Tom Perry is wriggled. Who's going to be the first to hit that button? It's going to be Jack Robinson from Tom Perry. Woohoo! So into the pen goes Andrew Ray. Russell Smith on sheep number 8. Ryan Adams has got 9 out onto the board. What a final for this Randox sponsored national. Round this last side they come. Alex Butler is around that hind leg on 8. Up the neck goes Russell Smith on 9. Andrew Ray's up the neck on 9. Ryan Adams on the long blow on 9. They've had a sheep and a half put round them, ladies and gentlemen. But they're still shearing very, very well. Long blow time for 4 and 5. Already turning his young Ryan Adams up there on stand number 1. He's singing away. Round that hind leg he comes. One bit of a flick and he's about to go in for his 10th and final sheep onto the boards. Alex Butler's up the neck on 9. Down the last side of 9 come Russell Smith and Andrew Ray. Who's going to be the first one of those two? It's still blow for blow. Russell Smith, Andrew Ray, they go into the pen together there, George.
Yes, there's still a battle going on there. Stands 4 and 5. They are out now with our 10th and final sheep. Keep those numbers right. We have Ryan Adams and Alex there on stands 1 and 2. They battle it out. Is the numbers right? Is there one more left in the pen there for Alex? I think there might be. Down the long low, getting the turn and heading for home is Ryan Adams there on stand number 1. We're up the neck here. Russell Smith and Andrew, they are blow for blow on their 10th and final sheep in the national final. But next to finish is going to be Ryan Adams on stand number 1. Down and out the back leg goes Ryan. Put your hands together for Ryan Adams. Alex Butler now, his final sheep on the board. The belly wool comes off, but we've still another royal battle going on here. Stands 4 and 5. Russell Smith and Andrew Ray, they're locked together. Is there a blow developing between them? There's not. Down the last side they come. Come on, give them a cheer on. It's the national final. Out the back leg they go now, and it's Andrew Ray just a blow ahead of Russell Smith. Put your hands together for him.
Yes, and now we got young Alex Butler up there, ladies and gentlemen. Just bringing up the rear up there on stand number 2. Long blow time for Alex. He swings his leg over onto the long blow. Now he's about to get to the turn. He cleans off that cheek wool. Every sheep shown to that same pattern, the bowing pattern. And now he's turned to come down the last side. He'll clean off that armpit. Underneath the front leg he comes now then, down the last side. 3 full comb widths from there. A little bit of a tickle round the top of the tail. And out goes Alex Butler. Give them all a big round of applause. What a final for that, the Ulster Championship. We won't be long and we will have our winner will be presented when we do the presentation of awards. As you can see, we've got our sponsors' banners all the way around here. We're very, very grateful to them all. To Lister, Randox Health sponsored that national competition. And it's great to see local firms sponsoring this amazing show here at the Royal Ulster. ABP, of course, up there. And then all our sponsors, you can see their banners. Lister, Lucky Day Competitions, Ballytogue Training, Ulster Wool. So we thank them very much for their continued support. And all we ask in return is that when you're looking to purchase something, that you look at the sponsors favourably and give them your business, because without them we wouldn't be able to carry on with our competitions. So we won't be long and we will have the presentation of awards, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a couple of special awards as well. So our wool handlers, they've been keeping the wool from underneath the shearers' feet all day. And we're very, very grateful to them. And we'll see them again tomorrow for another day of competition. So don't go too far away. And we will be presenting the prizes to all of our finalists. The wool handling, the intermediate, and of course that national. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for sticking around. We will now move on to the presentation of awards. Before we start the prize giving, I would like to invite Mr. Gerard Kelly as chairman of the Shearing here at Royal Ulster, and Mr. Richard Schofield on behalf of BISCA to the stage, because it gives me great pleasure to introduce them both onto the stage, as we will be presenting somebody with a BISCA Awards, the British Isles Shearing Competition Association Award for services to shearing. So I'll hand Richard the award. Keep it facing this way. So on behalf of BISCA, it gives me great pleasure to now give the microphone to Richard to present the award for services to shearing.
Thank you, Hugh. Thank you very much. As Hugh said, I'm here representing BISCA, which is obviously the association that oversees the running of all the competitions that we have in the UK. And I'm honoured, and it gives me a great pleasure to be able to hand this certificate over to a young man that has given such a lot to shearing. He's very dedicated to the shearing. He's obviously competed. He's more than happy to give his time to the shearing industry, both in competitions like that. You've seen him here today. You'll have seen him judging. You'll have seen him shearing. I've seen him down the back. He's everywhere. He's giving a great lot of support to a lot of shearers, and this recognition couldn't really go to a better person. A very good friend of mine, and he's always treated me well when I've been here as a visitor. This person has also won the national that we've just watched, so he has that to his recognition. Going forward, this person also is now representing his country to go forward to the World Championships next year. Please put a warm welcome to Seamus Kelly. Thank you very much indeed. Do you want to just a few words, Seamus?
Well, this was definitely a well-kept secret. I never expected anything like this. It's really an honour to be appreciated by your peers, and thank you very much.
So once again, congratulations to Seamus. He's been a committee member. He does a terrific amount of work alongside his brothers. So once again, huge congratulations. So now we move on to the presentation of awards, and we will start with the Royal Ulster Intermediate Sheep Shearing Championship, sponsored by Countryside Services. Moira Cross Country and Schooling Gallops will also present a £100 quality prize for the best pen of sheep shown in the final. And as a means of encouragement to intermediate shearers, Lister Shearing Equipment Limited has offered prizes for each of the finalists in the intermediate, and all finalists will receive a Lister comb and a championship Lister shearing vest. The results will also contribute to the Nissa Sheep Shearing Circuit for 2023. And we'd also like to thank Lister and David John for the machines once again, and the support. They've been brilliant supporters for many, many years. I'd now like to invite up onto the stage Geraldine McElder from Countryside Services. Again, a returning sponsor, so thank you very much. And Margaret Allen from Moira Cross Country School in Gallops as well. So, once again, it gives me great pleasure to offer the microphone from Geraldine from Countryside Services. Thank you again for your sponsorship.
Hello, on behalf of Countryside Services, I'd like to congratulate all the competitors today. We are one of the leading manufacturers of kettle ties in Northern Ireland and also specialised industrial style tags. If you'd be interested in any of our offers, please come around and see us in the Agri Pavilion. Thank you.
And again, I'd like to give a warm welcome back up onto the stage. This is Margaret Allen. Thank you again for your support here on the show ground, and it's great to see you back with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually delighted to be back here again to present my late husband's award for the best pen of shorn sheep. Can I just say that the standard of the shearing has been absolutely fantastic, and also the quality of the sheep that were shorn. And I know that Jim, if he was here today, would only be too delighted with the quality that we've seen. So thank you all very much again this afternoon, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Okay, could we have the intermediate finalists up onto the stage, please? Intermediate shearing finalists up onto the stage, please. They're all trying to look shy now. So these 6 shearers up here on the boards, ladies and gentlemen, are separated by 5 points, which in a shearing competition is very, very close. In 6th position to receive £25 a lister comb, Luke McGee. In 5th position to receive the cash prize and a lister comb, Matthew Cowan. Now then, between 3rd and 4th, there is 0.3 of a point. In 4th position to receive £35 a lister comb, Ronald Kennedy. In 3rd position to receive £60 the lister comb, Callum Kelly. He set the pace in that final. The runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, receives £85 the lister comb. Also receiving the quality prize of £100, Ian Wilson. So our intermediate champion made his way over yesterday on the ferry, will receive £100, the lister comb, and the Malcolm Fraser Trophy, all the way from Wales, Dewi Jones. Before he goes to receive all his prizes, I know he's a member of Young Farmers, so he can say a few words.
Well, I wasn't expecting that, but we'll take it. The money will be well spent behind the bar, and we'll have a bloody good night. And thank you very much for the warm welcome.
Once again, well done, Dewi. So now they'll have their photograph taken with our sponsors. And don't go too far away, gentlemen. Dewi, you've got to sign your life away. Don't leave. We'll get you to sign before you go. As you can see, Jane is still keeping an eye on proceedings, handing out the points. Right, so Jane's making her way back to the stage. Okay, so next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Royal Ulster National Wool Handling Championship. We saw 2 exciting rounds with 3 competitors battling it out. This was sponsored by Ballyutog, and I'd now like to invite Mr. Brian McGahey up onto the stage. We're very grateful to Brian for sponsoring this competition. He's been a big supporter. He's been very busy on the judging. I know he's a very quiet, shy sort of individual, but I hope he'll say a few words.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks very much for allowing me to sponsor again. It does give me great pleasure having gone a long way back with all the guys here. And yeah, good competition. We need more youngsters involved in this wool handling as a way of getting around a wee bit. If you become good at it, you could get the odd round the world trip. But yeah, it's something I like to put something to as a training provider in Northern Ireland, providing lantern training, accredited training for youngsters and tractors and ATVs and things. But anyhow, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. So the top 2 competitors will be the team representing Northern Ireland at the Six Nations Shearing Championship to be held in France on the 2nd and 3rd of September. Could we have the 3 finalists up onto the stage, please? As you can see, we've got Jane and the Murphy girls. Looks like Jane stood in between them to stop them fighting. In 3rd position, receiving £50, Ellen Murphy. The runner-up receives £75 and will be the Northern Ireland team member for the Six Nations and is also going to be representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships. Jane Harkness Bones. So the winner of the Royal Ulster National Wool Handling Championship, receiving £100, will be a Northern Ireland team member for the Six Nations and, because of last year, will be at the World Championships. Rachel Murphy. I'll let her receive her prize cards. Rachel, come on. Your father says he can't shut you up normally, so you better say a few words.
I'd like to thank all the organisers and the sponsors. Thank you.
I think that's 3 words longer than last year. So by next year, she'll have a full speech. So our last presentation now then, ladies and gentlemen. As we saw a thrilling final for the Royal Ulster National Championship, sponsored by Randox Health. And I'd now like to invite Mr. Mark Copez on behalf of Randox to come up onto the boards. Once again, Mark, thank you very much for your sponsorship. It's a pleasure to welcome you back up here onto the boards. And I can see you watching down the front there. We hope that you enjoyed watching that final.
Hugh, thanks to you and the team here. I've done a great job. It's wonderful to be back again for another year of entertainment, and thanks for the punt on the Grand National there. If you're ever looking for another job, just give us a shout there. We get you in for the commentary. But no, well done to everyone competing today, and I wish them all the best. I believe it's going to be quite a tight finish. And guys, if you want to come down, we've got our stand at A13 offering our Discovery Health Check, looking at 150 different points to all about preventative health and identifying any illness as soon as possible. So, and we've also got some free admission tickets to Downpatrick for the 19th of May for the races, if you want to come down and pop and have a chat with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Again, thank you for the continued support. Okay then, we've got a list of prizes that we will be giving for this Royal Ulster Championship. We will be presenting the Ringer Perpetual Challenge Trophy, presented by the late Maurice McGahey, and this will be presented to the winner of the National. Moira Cross Country and Schooling Gallops will present a £100 quality prize for the best pen of Sean Sheep in the final. We will also be presenting the Jim Allen Perpetual Silver Salver for the best pen of Sean Sheep, presented by Margaret Allen. Our thanks to Lister Shearing for provision of shearing machines, equipment, and shearing vests and t-shirts for all competitors. The Six Nations Shearing Championship and the team will be decided on the top 3 open shearers from Royal Ulster, to be held at Clonmany, County Donegal on the 9th of August. And the Worshipful Company of Woolman Perpetual Challenge Cup will be presented to the competitor with the best board mark in the national competition. Right, the results are up. Brian, could we ask you to come up to present the Ringer Award, please? We're just going to check something out very, very quickly. Okay, could we ask those 6 national finalists to come up onto the boards, please? 6 national finalists to come up onto the boards. I can see 3, 4, 5, 6. After that thrilling final, ladies and gentlemen, the points are very tight between all our 6 competitors. And I think they all deserve a round of applause because they show their hearts out up on this board. Many of them making this national final for the first time. In 6th position, receiving a cash prize, Alex Butler. In 5th position, receiving £25, Ryan Adams. In 4th position, receiving £35, he also wins the Jim Allen Perpetual Silver Salver for the best pen of shown sheep in the heats, semi-finals or finals in memory of Jim Allen, presented by Margaret Allen. This goes from the heats to Andrew Ray. In third position, to receive £50, the Royal Ulster Bronze Medal, Russell Smith. So, ladies and gentlemen, our champion and the runner-up. There is a point separating them both. As I said earlier on in commentary, they share together every day. They're the best of mates. They probably hate each other now. The runner-up receives £75, the Royal Ulster Silver Medal. Is a team member for the Six Nations Shearing Championships, will also be representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships, is Jack Robinson, ladies and gentlemen. So that means the national champion receiving £100, the Royal Ulster Agricultural Society gold medal, He's a Northern Ireland team member for the Six Nations Machine Championships. He wins both the quality prizes and the Ring of Fraser trophy with 39.150 points. Tom Perry. And his brother turned up today to surprise him as well, so he must be the good luck charm. Tom, congratulations, mate.
Thanks, you. Boys, that's a surprise. That final was probably the best I felt I've ever sheared, and to be shearing along with Jack, knowing that he's always renowned for his quality, and to get it today means good. That feels like it's coming together. Thanks.
And as you saw, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't present the third team member that would be representing Northern Ireland at the Six Nations. Most of these guys were seniors, and the unlucky next man into that final was Graham Davidson, but Graham will be representing Ulster at the Six Nations. So if you'd like to come up, Graham. Graham will also be representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships in Scotland. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, give our 6 finalists a massive round of applause. And of course, the new champion. He's also got the bragging rights for the next 12 months, Tom Perry. So that brings now a conclusion to today's competition. Thank you very much for your continued support. We'll see you bright and early in the morning. Thank you very much and have a good night.